Okay. Now it should be live. Okay. I was like, what happened? Okay, let's see. Let me refresh and see if I can find the chat. There we are. Well, look at how people. Now it should be live. There we are. Hey, hope, love, and sunshine. Great to see you here. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. All right, let me get the payment information up and pin it so you guys can find it. Hey, Karina, welcome. Great to have you guys here. Thanks for joining me. Welcome. Hey, Nikki. Hey, can you guys hear me okay? Happy solstice, Karina. Happy solstice. Awesome. Perfect. Hey, Elvin. Welcome. Awesome. How have you guys been? How's the energy been for you guys this week? Last week? How have you guys been feeling? And some fun energies, right? We can just hang out for a bit. I'm not sure. I've done readings the last few weeks. I'm not sure if anyone really needs one right now, but I figured I would go ahead and jump on. Challenging Karina. Hey, Jennifer. You had a personal and this is your first time on the live. Awesome. Clearing a lot of emotions. Yeah. Yeah. It is definitely that. Gotta say, it has been for not just for you guys, but a lot of people. Triggers yesterday and last night. Yeah. For Elvin, she's mixed, some light and sometimes heavy. Yeah. That's about right. Hope Love and Sunshine says didn't sleep well during the full moon for 2 days, but otherwise okay. Yeah. I hear you. Hang in there, guys. I posted something in the community section on the main channel yesterday about how you might be experiencing some of this energy because it's not been, depending upon how you have been utilizing the energy and working with the energy all year, this closing out of the cycle. It could be smooth, it could be rough, it could be a number of things. So, yeah. Okay. Cool. Jennifer, I have your payment. We'll get started in just a second. I just wanted to hear how you guys are doing and feeling with this energy. Triggers yesterday and last night. Okay. Karina, you don't have to have your time of birth for me to be able to read for you, to do a personal. You need the location and you need the day, but the time isn't required. And you'll see if you hang out with me today, you'll see that there will be some people who don't have a birth time. And when people don't have a birth time, I use what's called a sunrise chart. And in the sunrise chart, what I'm doing is I'm counting out from the sun the positioning of all the other planetary information, and we get the information that way. I explain that methodology, the sunrise chart methodology, in Star School 101 for people who don't have a birth time. So you'll see me do that today. Yeah, Karina, you can totally get a personal reading with the birthday and your location, but I need at least those two things. And if you have a birth time, it can certainly help, but it doesn't, it's not required. You can still get a very good reading without the birth time. Yeah. So, Jennifer, if you have your question, you can go ahead and post it. Good questions are, I don't know if you're new here, Jennifer. Let me just see if I can pull up the way some other people have done this. For people who are new, I want to go ahead and explain the best way for this to work. What you're going to want to do is post your question and your birth details in one chat for me, because what that'll do is it will, because as you can see, the chat is flowing and more people are going to come in at the 3:00 hour. And what you want to do is set me up with a way to get all of your information in one chat. And that way, it's easy for me to find your information. So here's, let me find a better one for you guys from a previous chat. So this is a bit of a general question. Thanks, Elvin. I appreciate that. But you see how someone from a previous chat did it. She just said, hey, here's my, and she added her name because her name didn't match her screen name. Her payment name didn't match her screen name. So just birthday, location, time, if you have it. And then the one question. I can do one question in a one question mini reading. The questions, I set the timer for 4 minutes, and then after it goes off, I just start to wrap up whatever I was saying. And then if you had if you purchased a tarot pull with it, or a Lightworker Oracle card with it, I'll give you the message from those as well. Okay, so that's an example from the last one so that you know how it works. I think at this point I only have payment from Jennifer, but for those of you who are joining, welcome. I had asked the group, how was this last full moon, the Gemini full moon for you guys? This was the twins full moon. In every astrological, in the astrology signs, the first sign of the zodiac is a masculine sign, and that's Aries. The second sign of the zodiac is a feminine sign, and that's Taurus. And then the final sign of the third sign is a twin sign, and it's Gemini. So when I read new and full moon, Aries new and full moon always pertains to a new cycle in our divine masculine energies. Taurus new and full moon always pertain to a new or closing cycle in divine feminine energies. And Gemini new and full moon always pertain to a new or a closing cycle in divine or in the divine counterparts energies jointly. And so the message that I shared this last Gemini full moon, I should have labeled it that, but I kind of forgot. It was the twins full moon. So it was a closing cycle for twin souls. and the divine counterpart community. But, the message came through either way. It's interesting because there's definitely a dual energy to it in our masculine and feminine energies internally. There's definitely like a push forward and a pull back frequency to this last lunation. So, Karina, I have your payment. So we'll just let Jennifer, there she goes. Thank you, Jennifer. And then I'll jump in with Karina. And as soon as the list is open, there's just Jennifer and Karina on it, on the list. So you're welcome to jump on the list. If you're joining us, welcome. Jennifer H. will jump in, and she is Kankakee, Illinois. Okay. And we have 3:30, 1982. Okay, 6:30 a.m. Cool. Thank you, Elvin. You're so sweet. Kylie, it's so good to see you both, Elvin and Kylie. Thank you both for being such amazing moderators for me. I deeply appreciate that whenever I'm like, I'm going to go live, you two are like, yep, I'm here for it. Whatever's going on, I'll be there. So sweet to see you guys. And if you guys stick around, I'll definitely hook you up with a question at the end. So if you have time to stick around. All right. So shoot, that reminds me, I need to make a note for myself. Okay, let me set the timer, and then Jennifer, I'm going to dive into your question. All right. Okay, what is Jennifer's question? I'm an abuse, sexual assault survivor, and I want to share my healing journey online. I'd like to know the best timing to begin this. Awesome. I'm so inspired to hear that you identify with being a survivor and not a victim. For those of us who have been through something like that, it's an incredible journey. And, more power to you to be able to share and to help people with it. Because more people need the understanding, the awareness. Well, let's see. Jupiter rules the publication axis for you. And Jupiter is at the 8th degree of Scorpio. This is going to be a big year for you when it comes to that. There's going to be an eclipse that's going to be significant for that for you. Let me pull up the table of eclipse dates for us. There we go. We're looking for something to hit that Jupiter that you have at the 8th degree of Scorpio next year. So 2022. Let's get these ads out of the way. 2022. Okay. Yeah. Beginning of the year. Springtime. So as we hit actually divine feminine season, Taurus season next year, there's going to be a solar eclipse at the 10th degree of Taurus. So let me just pull that out and show you. It's going to be pretty close to your horizon line. Let's get out to April 30th. You want to set yourself up to be ready to go by that point. So anytime like in the month of April is going to be great for you. Yeah, I love this. This is like straight up coming out energy. I don't know if people in your world know this about you, Jennifer, but it looks like it's going to be a bit of an eye opener for people who knew you. Yeah, plan for this divine feminine's new moon right around April. It looks like it's on April 30th of 2022 as a a launch point for yourself that's going to be directly opposite to your natal Jupiter. It's a solar eclipse, so it opens, it creates new beginnings. This Jupiter that'll be impacted by it is the ruler of your ninth house. Ninth house governs PR, marketing, visibility activities, educating other people, stepping into the limelight as a teacher, as a leader, as a thought leader. So as we hit divine feminine season, they do know this. I used to share, but went into hiding again. Yeah. And I don't know that you necessarily went into hiding. Looking at what I'm seeing on your chart, it looks like you went into a deeper level of healing, if I'm being really honest. You're in a closing cycle. As of 2019, you moved into a closing cycle in your career life. And now you're going to move into a rebirth cycle in the next several years. So, hope, love, and sunshine, and Nikki and Karina, if you guys could just pause and hold your questions, please, until I call your name, because there's going to be chat and dialogue that I need to have with the person that I'm reading for. And it's hard for me to see what they're sharing with me if you're also interjecting in the conversation with your information. So, what I need you to do is copy your question and hold it until I call your name. And when I call your name and I say it's your turn, and you'll know because I'll call your name several times and I'll type it in the chat. When I call your name, that's when you want to place your information in the chat at that moment in time. Okay. And until then, it's best to just hold it as well. Thank you. Thank you for being so prepared and so ready. I forgot to mention that one instruction, and I really appreciate how well you guys are all like, I'm ready. I'm going to follow the instructions. So thank you guys for that. All right. So back here to Jennifer, it looks like you're going through a closing cycle. And what I mean by this, just to wrap this up for you, is that I'm seeing a bunch of energy flow through your 12th house, wrap up in your 11th house as of 2021, and really ignite your 10th in 2020. When you have this kind of palpable energy wrapping up in the final 3 houses of a chart, that's when a person is wrapping up or completing a cycle of energy. And when we complete cycles, we do tend to move internal. It's a healing process, an integration process. It's an opportunity to just sift through what served us in the last chapter, what we're releasing, and acknowledge and integrate what we're stepping into. Because that's happened for you and you're about to move into a rebirth cycle. And this rebirth cycle is going to build in segments and stages. Next year is the beginning, but it's going to get even more intense 2022 and 2023. You're going to find a lot of your personal power and visibility gets amplified. Next year in particular, you're going to find a lot of your psychic gifts and abilities amplify and come online. And it is this particular new moon in Taurus on April 30th. It's a solar eclipse in Taurus that's going to impact your axis of PR and marketing. So if you can just do whatever you can to just slowly start to prepare and build between now and then, you're going to find that momentum picks up. Don't wait till April 30th. Be already out there on April 30th. And by that point in time, you're going to find that there's going to be opportunities for you to start to speak. You're going to find there will be opportunities for you to be interviewed. And you're also going to find there will be opportunities for you to guest blog or be a guest speaker on podcasts, that kind of thing, as long as you've already kind of laid the groundwork as we start the year. Things will just amplify by the time we hit that solar eclipse. So you got to come back and let me know how things unfold at that point. Karina, it is your turn. So I want to see Karina's question in the chat. Thank you so much, Jennifer, for doing a question with me. I really appreciate that. Karina, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. And that's how you'll know it's your turn, because I'll say your name and I'll post it in the chat that I'm ready for you. Okay. Amazing. Let me just double check what's going on in the payment apps. We've got, cool, Jennifer, Karina, Oscar. Cool. Oh, and Maggie. Maggie came in. Actually, Maggie came in just after Karina. Okay. So here's our list so far. We just did Jennifer. It's totally go out. It's safe now, Jennifer. Go for it. Definitely go for it. We have Karina, Maggie, Melanie, and then Oscar in that order. Okay. Awesome, Karina. Thank you. I just take a sip of this little tea I have going on here while I pull your chart up. All right, Karina, October 1st, 1984, Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. Hamilton. Let me see, Hamilton, Ontario. Cool. Awesome, Maggie. You're going to be right after Karina, okay? So I'm going to read Karina now, and then I'm going to do you, Maggie. What do we have? 10-1. Libra baby, 1984. Sunrise chart. Okay. Union energy for 2022. Okay. So for a full understanding of the way this energy is going to play out for you, Karina, you're going to need to get a private reading so I can see your person's chart. In a one question mini reading, I can only do one person's chart. Okay. Let me share the screen. Where does it say share screen? There, it says it. Here we go. Awesome. And there is room in the calendar in January. January is actually almost sold out. So if you want to spend some time together in January, now is a good time to book it. I have some background noise going on that I want to turn down. So if you just give me 1 second before I start your timer, Karina, just 1 second. Hang on. All right, that's gonna help me be able to hear a lot better. All right. Let me set the timer and we can jump right in. Karina, I see you also did the tarot pull, so we'll have a look as well at the answer to your question through the tarot. Okay. Okay. Union energy for next year. Okay, so as you guys know, I mentioned that there is a union window approaching and it opens in 2022. It peaks in January of 2023 and it wanes as we enter January of 2024. So it's about a 2-year window of time. What's going on in Karina's chart for next year? Okay. So, a couple of interesting things I'm seeing in your chart. I'm seeing that it's going to be a year of really significant growth, and you've already entered the growth pertaining to this work. This growth is kicking. It kicked off this year as Chiron has been opposing your natal sun. And this opposition is facilitating a significant soul healing when it comes to love and relationship and who you are in relationship. And it's doing this by surfacing limiting beliefs that you may have had about yourself in relationship and in connection. And it's helping you to see how those limiting beliefs have been not operating in your highest good so that you can heal them instead of these limiting beliefs living in a blind spot and preventing you from being able to deeply connect with your beloved. They're coming up so that you're probably seeing them in twofold ways. It's probably a mirroring energy for you, given that Chiron's opposing your sun. The sign that's opposite our sun and anything that happens in that sign it's an energy having to do with relationships for us and romantic partnership, especially. So, with Chiron opposing your sun, what you have going on is through relationship mirrors that are any kind of block that you personally have to union in any capacity is going to get shown to you. It's already been shown to you in the last 6 months of this year, and actually more like actually all year, and it'll be shown to you in the first 6 months of next year. And you probably already see this. You'll have to let me know how this resonates for you, Karina, that you've been seeing these mirrors show up where it's like, wow, didn't know I had to heal that. Wow, didn't know I had that issue. Wow, okay. Yep, that's totally getting in the way of me feeling like I can be connected here. If you're not, start to be conscious of this, start to pay attention and be aware. Because this, as long as Chiron is speaking to your sun in this way, it is going to preclude any opportunity to be in a third dimensional romantic union with somebody else that is wound free. It's going to constantly be laden with these kind of these opportunities for you to heal. Okay. And that's going to be one of the biggest energies you're facing as we move into next year. Is dealing with, how is Chiron teaching me how to love? How is Chiron showing me how to love myself? And this is going to facilitate. Now, if you recall in the 2-hour special that I did on union windows, I'm already shuffling for you to answer your question. There's 4 types of union that can occur. And only one of them is a romantic third dimensional kind of union with your person. This is talking to me specifically about a period of time, especially because of the way Taurus has been speaking to your natal Venus. Saturn here has been speaking to your sun as well by trine. This has been a significant period of time of major growth for you and cleaning out anything that stops you from being able to have union in any capacity. And move these things out of the way. Okay, so here's the pull. Knight of Pentacles reversed, Judgment upright, 5 of Swords upright. If you're curious, for you, I am using the Light Seers Tarot, bottom of the deck, 4 of Swords. What's interesting about this is that the only union card here in this spread is the Judgment card upright. And in this particular deck, the Judgment card shows a woman who's experiencing total and complete transcendence of her spirit moving, it's ascending literally into a column of light from her body where she has been closed, arms closed. Now she has arms open and she's free. She's actually free to connect. And that's what's weighing in the center of this 3-card spread. With Knight of Pentacles reverse, this is letting me know that in the third dimension, things are prepared to come forward, but it's hinging on you being able to get out of this 5 of Swords energy. 5 of Swords energy is an energy of inner conflict. It's like 1 step forward inside of me, 2 steps back inside of me, or 2 steps forward, 1 step back. And so what this whole spread, and at the bottom of the deck, we have 4 of Swords. And in this deck, in all decks, it talks about taking a break, taking a rest, internally moving inward, looking inward. And in this deck, we have a woman who is curled in the fetal position, napping in a nest. A well-built nest that's protecting her and keeping her safe. And so what this is telling me is that, third dimensional union energy it's in the queue, but what's required in order to access it for yourself is your own emotional transcendence, the end of self-limiting beliefs coming with this 5 of Swords energy, and the ability to ascend beyond that and transmute some of the wounds that are coming in through this Chiron speaking to your sun energy. And that's going to be the union work for you next year. If you missed the 2-hour special on union energy, it's over on my channel. Just look for, what is it called? I think it's called like Union Window 2022, 2023. And it'll go in depth about the 4 types of union energy, the blocks to union energy that are actually inside of your control, that you can actually do something about so that you're able to move forward. All right, Karina? So that's what I'm seeing. And if you want a full look at the entirety of your connection, you just need to go to my site and book a twin flame reading. And in that reading, we can look at your chart, your counterparts chart, and the joint lessons, the mirroring lessons between the two of you, so that you're able to understand how this energy can play out for you next year. And that union energy in the third dimension that's in the queue, you'll be able to pave the way, roll out the red carpet for its arrival. All right, Karina? Maggie, it is your turn. So thank you, Karina, for choosing me to read for you. Maggie, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. Yes, NM Venus. The way to get on the list is linked at the top. So if you'd like to jump on the list is pretty short. I'm going to read for Maggie, then Melanie, then Oscar. And the payment information is just above if you'd like to join the list. I can answer a question for you, NM Venus, okay? All right, after Maggie, we're going to do Melanie. Melanie, please have your question ready. Go ahead and start typing it out, and so that you can paste it when I call your name. All right. But just wait for me to call your name, Melanie. All right. So we have Maggie. Thank you so much, Elvin. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I think it's like a 90-minute, 2-hour special about the astrology of this window and what you can expect. All right. Finances and Saturn return. Okay, we'll take a look at how Saturn return may be impacting your finances. You're welcome, NM Venus, New York, Rochester. 8/31, 1962. Oh, this can be your second Saturn return. You'll be fine. The second one's always easier. Always easier. All right. Let's just share a screen. All right, Lady Maggie. Let me do the thing with the timer and come on back. Maggie, when I'm looking at this for you, transit, okay. Saturn. Okay, so you've already hit it. You've already hit the Saturn return point this year. It was earlier this year. Right. Okay. But I see why you may still have concern because, okay, the ruler of your second house of earned income is Jupiter. And Saturn has yet to hit that Jupiter. It's already been through your second house. So this is telling me that somewhere in the last 5 years, you've had a transition in income. Okay. This transition of income with a Saturn transit, two things would have happened for you, Maggie. Saturn likes to right size things. You know that, being downsized in a company or an organization, a person might lose their job. Saturn likes to right size things. So where there's in that second house overspending, or where you're earning in a way that's misaligned with your soul's truest expression, a Saturn transit will make it so that that thing has to come to a stop. It has to come to a close. It no longer works. And so you've been through that. That happened. Let me just go back in time here so that you can place when that would have occurred for you. I think that would have been, that would have been 2016 into 17 and 17 into 18 when that occurred. So you would have already felt a constriction at that point in time. Now moving forward, thankfully that's done. However, there's still a need for you to be really a bit more like frugal. And the frugality for you in particular has to do with what's going on in the world of home and education. So I don't know if you're trying to start, you lost your job in 2020. Okay, Maggie, I don't know if you're trying to start like a home-based business, or, you want to get take classes of some sort, or, you've got a home and maybe you need to refi on the mortgage, or in some way it's like you're house rich and cash poor, any of those kind of circumstances. This is the kind of thing. 2017 was the divorce. Got it. So it would have changed your finance, from a 2-income household to you being, a Maggie income household. Got it. So all of that to say, what's happening here is you're still in the process of a financial rectification, where how you're living financially needs to get aligned with what your spending needs to get aligned with what you're earning in a new way. And I do see the potential need for a reload here. If that hasn't already happened, or if it's kind of something interim right now, I'm seeing that there's going to be a need to kind of right size in the world of home at the end of next year. As you're moving into the second half of next year, you are going to be called upon to make sure that wherever you're living and whatever it's costing you, that also is very right size. You tried all kinds of classes in 2020, totally house rich and cash poor. Yeah. So what's necessary for you, especially right now, because it is a seller's market when it comes to homes. Like, people are getting all kinds of ridiculous offers on their homes because people want to move. My strong recommendation, especially with Saturn here, because Saturn is very unemotional. My strong recommendation would be for you to get whatever help you need to emotionally embrace this next chapter and new beginning, and get out of the situation of being house rich and cash poor. Sell what you need to sell in the property arena. Prepare it and do it, because that's what's actually going to give you the leverage that you need to get back into right financial standing and to move into your next chapter. But the longer you hold on to whatever home situation you have and the associated mortgage that you have with it, I'm seeing it's going to hang out like a bit of an albatross for you, and some of the freedom that you need to take the classes, to get the new business, to get things going in a new direction, some of the financial freedom you need isn't going to be available for you. It looks like it's kind of tied up in the remnants of your old life. So, whatever emotional support you need to be able to let it go. I don't know if it's the home you raised your kids in, or you just have memories attached to it. Saturn is really asking you to begin the process of wrapping it up and preparing that house for sale. And do it while there's this Jupiter transit here. You want to do it while Jupiter is here in your fourth house. Come on, act right. Annotation tool. Thank you. Do it here. If you can get it done in the first 6 months of next year, you're going to financially feel because this is going to touch this up here, blue sign to blue sign. They're going to touch each other. Jupiter is the expander, and you want the expander in the home department when it's touching your house of income from sales from properties, tax income, income from grants, loans. That eighth house is income that comes in from inherited. It's other people's money essentially, as opposed to earned income. So as long as Jupiter is here in this location, you're going to find that you're going to get more money from the sale of your house than if you wait until the second half of next year when Jupiter's out here in the fifth house in the red sign, Aries. Once it's in the fifth house, you could still get decent money. Jupiter is harmoniously aspecting your house of earned income, but it's starting to conflict with some things that you need to be doing on the career front. But either way, you can get that house sold before you close out next year. You're going to find that your finances get rectified pretty much immediately, and you're in a very different place. So let me just see what's going on here. Saying, I'm doing loan modification to bring finances under control. Youngest daughter's was 1.5 years left in high school. Your ex tells me to sell all the time, but I am happy. Well, I hate to kind of say things your ex said, but you asked me to look at the finances here, Maggie, and I don't see money coming in from any other source for you other than that at this time. I could see work income, but I didn't see that here. What I saw was Saturn being a bit of a taskmaster, because you asked about Saturn, about the need to really reconcile the fact that it's time to shift, it's time to transition. Melanie, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. And then we have Oscar after Melanie. And then that's it, unless anybody else wants a read today. List is definitely open. You're welcome, Maggie. I know that's, if your oldest daughter's got 1.5 years left in high school, I know it's probably hard to think about, unsettling her at this time. There is nowhere. Yeah, that was what I was pretty much seeing, Maggie, that you need to go through a process of figuring out what's next. It's going to take you taking some classes, getting some education. You're going to need cash flow for that. But what was being shown to me in your chart was 100% of your cash flow was tied up in your house. So financially, your chart was saying, astrologically speaking, if you can sell your house, you're going to free yourself up to do that next chapter. And that's what's going to enable you to really also kind of set your daughter up for her next chapter in her life as well. But you kind of have to lead the way and not hold, showing her life is about change, and we flow with it. We embrace it. We explore it. We don't hold on to what was, we embrace what is, and we surrender to what's coming. Because I do see, unfortunately, I'm seeing a circumstance coming, Maggie. Melanie, please paste your question. It is your turn. Maggie, unfortunately, in your chart, I was seeing a circumstance coming where, and this is kind of the way Saturn works. It's a planet that really, it works in a bit of a lot of divine intervention ways. It's kind of, we have a lot of free will, except for where Saturn's involved, and Pluto in particular as well. What you won't let go of, Saturn will snatch. And you don't want to be in a situation, especially given how just what's happening in the housing market, the mortgage market, and what's happening with inflation at this point in time. You just don't want to put yourself in a situation where your home could get taken from you, for various reasons, right? I had a couple come to me a few years ago that ended up having, they had all these transits prior to the time of meeting me that were like, move, relocate, move. And instead of moving, it was her dream home. So she held on to it. Melanie, please paste your question. It is your turn. If I don't see your question, I'm going to move on to Oscar. Oscar, it is your turn. If Melanie is not ready. They had, instead of moving, because it was her dream home, like she held on to it come hell or high water, despite all these challenges. And then the next thing that happened with a major Saturn and Neptune transit, their house flooded. They found out that the foundation it was built on wasn't sound in the way that it needed to be. And they had irreparable mildew damage from the flood. And the value of the house was dramatically decreased. They weren't even able to sell it for what they built it for. And for all the money they sunk into it, they lost it because they just weren't flowing with the timing. They were using their free will to override the timing. So all of that to say, you've been told, not just by me, a complete stranger, but also, by your husband, who I'm sure, whatever differences the two of you have, he's probably also paying attention to what's going on in the mortgage market. Oscar, go ahead and paste your question. And then we'll do Vivian. I have you, Vivian. Thank you. Yeah, what I'm sure your husband, your ex-husband, whatever differences you guys have, I'm sure he's also paying attention to the writing on the wall. Like, you're not going to get better money for your house than what you can get right now. It is a seller's market for sure. So I would reprioritize whatever you're spending on money for readings and healings like this, and whatever you're spending on classes to get your house staged and sold as quickly as you can, because you have a major money transit about to go down between January and June, a secondary money transit between July and December on the sale of your house. So I'd free up the cash flow so you can move on and then start to spend money on healings and spend your money on classes that you need to reboot your next chapter. Because that's where the money's going to come from, is starting with the house. Then you get education. And then from education, you're able to earn income from what you've learned. That's the sequence of astrological events in your chart. All right. If Oscar is not ready, then we'll move on to Vivian. Vivian, are you ready? I don't know what happened to Melanie and Oscar. Maybe they had to take a phone call. Sometimes that happens for people. Vivian, are you ready? feel like Meryl Streep in The Devil Wears Prada. Why is nobody ready? All right, cool, Vivian. Thank you. We'll do you. Oscar and Melanie, please hold. Okay, yeah, I wouldn't spend any more Maggie. I would literally like fix whatever plumbing or leaks or, whatever ventilation issues you have in your house. Just if you need to replace an appliance or two, replace it and just sell the house immediately, Maggie. That would be how I would work with the energy I just saw in your chart. Okay. Let's get into it. Vivian, and let me just turn my humidifier down. It's like way too humid in my apartment now. 1 second. Okay. Cool. Let's do this, Vivian. 1 second. Okay. Hong Kong. Ten, 3, another Libra baby. 1995, 10:30 a.m. Okay. Career path. Got it. All right. Let me share the screen. And then if you'd like to delete your personal information, you certainly can. Oops. Share screen. All right, Vivian, check it out. You want to know about what career path, you want to change career path, what's going to be best for you. Okay. Let me just set the timer and I can dive in on that for you. Cool. After Vivian, we'll have Melanie. So Melanie, please get your question ready. All right. Please get your question ready, Melanie. We'll come back to you, Melanie, if you're still here. All right. And Jason, I have added you to the list. All right, let's dive in, Vivian. I'm looking at this for you and I'm seeing a lot of ability as a healer in the healing arts and the health sciences specifically. We have Virgo on the midheaven, which means most success and fulfillment in your world are going to come through Virgo career paths. Virgoan paths have a lot to do with health and science data, healing data, or not. Let me just split the two. Sorry, health sciences and healing paths. These are also data management paths, project management paths, and these are also paths that have data, project management. What's the other thing? I could say like analytics. You'd probably really excel at that with some of your energy here. But what's interesting about this, the ruler of Virgo for you sits here in Mercury. Hey, Mia. So happy to see you. Happy holidays. Congrats again on the new apartment. We have to catch up. We have to catch up. You're not interested in anything. You don't have a passion for anything. I understand, VW. So I'm going to give you what your chart says, and then I'm going to give you a path to follow for how to get to what you can do, what excites you. Virgo's here in Libra in the 11th house. Sorry, Mercury's there. The ancient ruler is the moon. Moon is here in the second house of earned income. It's interesting because there's like with Moon and Capricorn in the second house, it talks a lot about business and being really good at business. And with Mercury and Libra in the 11th, this is telling me that you're also very good at relationships and communication. And so, what you're going to need to do, Elvin or Kylie, could you let Melanie know she's behind in the chat, and what she needs to do is go out and come back in so that she can catch up. The thing here for you that I'm seeing is a lot of success in the world of business, specifically if you wanted to move into some sort of project management, data management, analytics kind of thing. Now, if you are bored out of your mind, right? You have no passion for anything, you're not interested in anything. Also, research. Oh my gosh, you would make an amazing researcher, especially with Mars and Scorpio. Like, you have kind of a natural knack for being able to like dig deep and get to the root and the heart of anything you want, as a researcher on a research and policy path as well. So just write down the things that I'm telling you, what you're going to need to do, and what I'm sensing from you, just based on what I'm seeing here in your chart. Saturn in the 4th. Yeah. What I'm getting here is that you are going to need to spend some time getting to know yourself. That's the predominant issue here. Marilyn, that's the predominant issue here, is you're struggling with what you could want to do because there's a lack of like self connection. And that lack of self connection is causing you to have the unfortunate experience of just being a little bit burnt out and not really knowing what you want or why you want it. And so the thing to do is to just start. I just see. Vivian, what is this advising you to start with? Yeah, start with small things. You're going to need to start with your likes. And I see why you're burnt out. I mean, you've just been through a hell transit with Saturn crossing over your moon. We're kind of like nothing you've laid your hand to has actually worked for you. And now you're having to kind of rebuild, Vivian. I kind of want to do business. I really want to make money. Yeah, I see when it comes to business, you're going to be phenomenal at it. But the kind of business that you want to focus on is going to be something in the world of like project management, data management, analytics, marketing, something that's going to allow you to track data and details and do some research. It could be in science, health sciences. You're gonna be really, really good at it. I would definitely examine healership, health sciences, or some new way of dealing with interfacing the public and connecting the public with like nurses or health sciences or home health aides, or like dietary sciences, nutrition support, that kind of thing. Yeah, I get it. When you come through the kind of transit you just came through, Vivian, you're gonna be burnt out. That's the main thing. And that's part of why you just don't have a passion for anything at this point in time. And so the good, I'm glad you love marketing, because you're going to be very, very good at it, especially the analytics side of the marketing. So pay attention to those things. Take some classes in the next year. With Jupiter moving through Pisces, you're going to find that you get a lot of support when it comes to finding the right classes to help you expand your career as you work for yourself. Don't be too hard on yourself. Just follow what feels good. That's one of the most important things you can do in a post-Saturn transit moon. Just follow what feels good. Don't be too hard on yourself. Follow what's fun, because that there's been a lot of things that got stripped out of your life, Vivian, during the Saturn transit moon. Old ways of making money, old people, old friends. I see your self-esteem took a major hit, Vivian, because it was a second house transit, which is a self-esteem house. Thank you, Elvin. It's going to be really important for you to take some time to rebuild yourself by just doing things that you like and things that feel good for a little bit. And from there, you're going to snowball into a passion. But write down the things that I just shared with you. Those things you'll have a lot of success at, and you're going to find that that they start to move from feeling good to passion for you in time. All right, so we'll come back here to Melanie. All right, we're going to come back here to Melanie. I see her question here. And after Melanie, we'll do Oscar, Jason, Sue, Marilyn, and then Salma. Okay. Melanie is she's born in Cincinnati, Ohio. And birth date is all these Libra babies. I love it. 10/8/1970. I swear it's been like 3 back-to-back Libras. 10:58 a.m. All right, let's get it. I think last time I was live, it was like back-to-back Scorpio babies, and this time it's back-to-back Libra babies. All right, let me share the screen. Let me set the timer. All right. All right, Melanie, I'm going to see if I can find you in the chat here. Melanie's question is how the union, energy for union is looking for DM. Okay, so a couple of things. Let me see if I can find Melanie. Nah, Vivian, you weren't being lazy. No, Vivian, you would have found that any path that you were on, Vivian, that was not right for your soul was going to be closed doors to you. No matter how hard you tried, you weren't going to be able to get on that path. Yeah, it was a dark night of the soul, and it lasted for several years, Vivian. The smoke is starting to clear, but it's still hazy. You're not being lazy at all, but just start to pay attention to what feels good, because that's where your soul song lives. The desires in your heart were put there by the divine. That's your secret communication with God, so that God can show you where you're supposed to be in this lifetime. And this path, what you just went through, one of the hardest transits you could go through. And Melanie, I'm going to say this for you too, because you have the exact same chart. You've got a moon second house in Capricorn. That's what Vivian just had. It's one of the hardest transits you can go through. You would have found that anything that isn't aligned with where God wants you in this lifetime, all those doors would have been closed to you, not open, no matter how hard you tried. So with that kind of closure, your self-esteem, especially with a second house moon, would have taken a huge hit. It would have been very easy to have felt like a failure, like a nobody, like everyone else is getting ahead, but not you with a transit like this. And I want you to know that it wasn't you. It wasn't your fault. The pandemic was hard for everyone, but for people who had a Scorpio, or not a Scorpio, a Capricorn moon in particular, it was going to be double hard for the Cap moon people. And I feel for you guys. So just hang in there. You're not lazy. There's nothing wrong with you. You didn't mess up your life. You didn't do anything wrong. But this was a period of time where Saturn was trying to get you, both Melanie and Vivian, on your soul path, by closing doors and weeding out people and stopping you from being able to go forward with anything that wasn't aligned with where you're meant to go. All right. So hang in there. All right. Yeah, I know, Melanie. I know this. I'm glad that we got to read for Vivian first. And you caught up in the chat because that message was also for you. Okay, so just hang in there. Let's get into your question, Melanie. You asked about union energy. Let me reset this timer for you so I can answer your question specifically. And anyone else who has a Capricorn moon, hang in there. It's not you. It was harder for you than it was going to be for other people. That's right. The vibe and shine. It's part of its. That's part of its gift. And I will also say that's also part of my gift in the way that I read, if I can own it. I specifically read in a way that is meant to help people understand why things are happening in the way that they are, and that there's a co-creation here between you and God, and that you're not messing it up. You just need to surrender to the process, because the messages are within you. They're built in. You have a built-in mechanism for receiving the messages. And you're not crazy. You're not failing. So let's get into this union energy thing that you had asked about. Okay. All right. I want to say it's coming for you, Melanie. It's going to be a little bit, though. It's faster than it would normally be, but you still have some time in front of you. Very similar to one of the first readings I did, there are some precluding astrological factors to third dimensional type of romantic union. But what's actually happening here is with Saturn still being in the sign just post your moon, hun. Like I was saying to Vivian, there's some dust settling, some smoke clearing. There's still some things that are hazy that are going to need 100% of your attention. Saturn's going to speak to your sun next year, to your horizon sign at the end of the year. And we also have a Chiron return energy for you, Melanie. Yeah. These energies are going to preclude something happening in the third dimension at this time. We also have Neptune speaking to Venus, and that's kind of like I like that it's a trine, but it could go either way. Neptune tends to have us learn some deeply spiritual lessons about love through love's absence, so that we can draw into the spiritual understanding of what love really is. Its ability to supersede any and all conditions. This Chiron return is helping you to anchor into your mastery with whatever wounds you walked into this lifetime with. And this Saturn exiting your moon, being in the sign post your moon, is bringing forward an energy of needing some time to integrate the really challenging lessons of the last 5 years for you. So what I'm going to say is that while I don't see a very clear third dimensional union inside of your charts at this time, now 8 degrees, 7 degrees, it's now, Melanie. I do see that there is something really fortuitous coming. And then after we get to the close of 2022, and when we get into the peak year energy of the union window, and that's 2023, that's when I'm starting to see a lot of energy move into the third dimension for you, Melanie. And I'm seeing a lot of opportunity because it looks like you've started to integrate fully the lessons that you just had with Saturn transiting your moon. I'm also seeing that for you, and I'm shuffling now for your 3-card tarot pull. I'm seeing that for you, this little period of time that we're in, this is actually, I'm going to ask about union energy, but what this is specifically about for you is recalibrating your path in light work. What you're meant to be doing here in service on earth and re-solidifying your roots on the planet so that you have the ability to fully step into wait, these cards are all not right. Okay, hang on. To fully step into that kind of union with mission energy. And that's what you're being asked to do in this next little bit. Okay, this deck is not the right deck for you. Let me pull from this other deck because that deck wasn't working. Yeah, this is your deck. Okay. This is the Rider-Waite that I'm pulling from for you, sweetheart. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Ace of Swords, Queen of Pentacles, 10 of Wands, all upright. Bottom of the deck, 2 of Pentacles reversed. This is with Ace of Swords, you know, this is a card about truth. This is a card about insight and awareness and new horizons in your consciousness. Queen of Pentacles, I love that she's upright because this is about getting your money right, hun. And then this 10 of Wands upright, this is echoing what we were saying with Chiron and Saturn, you know, Saturn's speaking to both, you know, exiting your moon, but talking more to your sun next year. This 10 of Wands upright is letting me know that you're coming to the end of a very arduous, burdensome cycle, specifically when it came to money, and that you've been told with this Ace of Swords upright and Queen of Pentacles upright and the 2 of Pentacles reversed, you've been given very clear direction, Melanie. I don't know what the direction is, but I see that somehow, some way in your consciousness, you've been made aware of what you need to be doing in the world of light work and getting your money right, how you need to be in the flow and in exchange on planet Earth with service so that money can come in while service flows out. I'm being shown that you're already well aware of that. So whatever that is that you need to do this period of time as you integrate these lessons and come to the end of the burdensome cycle is about setting that up. And in so doing, that sets up the foundation, the platform for something to move in union energy in the 3rd dimension. But right now, without that piece happening, it's kind of, it's just not time. You have been told and you need to get on it. Yeah. Okay, good. Melanie, I'm glad you see it. Like the cards definitely showed that as in the way the message came through as I was looking. So, Oscar, we're going to come back to you now. It is your turn. Oscar, are you here? So yeah, this is your time. This is your moment, Melanie. And specifically because you asked about union energy and this was what was in your chart and what came out inside of the card pull as well. What this tells us is that for union energy to anchor for you in the 3rd dimension, you have got to set up this light work foundation where you are being of service to humanity and allowing humanity to appreciate you financially for that service. That is the immediate, do not pass go, do not collect $200, must do next step for anything else to happen. Oh, no, you did not accidentally buy 2. I think I have a payment from somebody named Oscar Phillip. Are you Oscar Phillip, Melanie? Are you Oscar Phillip, Melanie? I could have swore it was just the name Melanie that came through. You let me know, Melanie, if you're Oscar Phillip. Yeah, Melanie, for you it is. not for everyone, but that was your message for today. You are Oscar Phil. Okay, fantastic. Glad we clarified that. Jason, Jason Z, and then Sue, and then Marilyn, and then Salma. Okay, got it, Melanie. No problem. Yeah, for you, Melanie, I think part of why you already were shown the picture and you were already told what you needed to do. Jason, it's your turn. Part of why you were already shown and told what you needed to do was because your guidance team, you're already intuitively tapped in. They don't want you to delay. They don't want you to miss it because for you, it's coming up. Energy for this is coming up around something in the third dimension taking place. Okay. Okay, Jason Sue. Hang on. You're the same person, Jason Sue? No, okay. You are the same person. I got it. Okay. All right, Jace. Let's see. So let me just change this name so I'm not messing this up. All right, so the list goes Sue, Marilyn, and then Salma. And then if you want to jump on the list, you can. So Sue, let's jump in here. Wisconsin. Eight, 29, 1955, 3:26 p.m. Okay. So Sue, I'm not going to be able to answer that particular question because I would need to look at your person's chart. And in a one question mini reading, I can only look at one person's chart. I have your chart up, Sue. So I'm going to share screen and I can see what you need to do, what your lessons are in the world of relationship for next year. And I'm going to do that for you so that you can kind of, rather than let the planets act on you, Sue, I am going to guide you so that in how you can work with the energies in a masterful way so that you're not getting the worst of the energies or getting dragged by the energies. All right, baby cakes. Let me set this timer and we'll jump in. All right, Sue. And if you want me to, for those of you who really want me to look at like full on union stuff for you, the best thing you can do, is book a private reading with me. All right. So here's what we got. Oh, you're a cap moon too. Geez, 3 cap moons in a row. All right. So Sue, the very same thing that I had said to Vivian and to Melanie about not letting how specifically and personally bad the pandemic got for you as a Capricorn moon, that applies to you too. I just want to acknowledge how painfully difficult the last 5 years have been for you as well, Sue. And that you too are in a period of letting the dust settle. For you, the lessons and the growth at this period of time so that you can anchor something really beautiful in the third dimension, in the world of union, energy, and romance. What you're being asked to focus in on are some of the lessons that you received in the world of boundaries, and the fortification of your personhood. I can see here that there are some people in your world, Sue, that were moved into timeout in your world. Could have been business partners. I'm definitely seeing potentially romantically, perhaps your twin, your counterpart here, where for whatever reason, I don't know your circumstance or your story, but they were moved outside of your world for a short period of time. So that you would be able to see with clarity what it is you need to do to be a more whole person. What's going to make Sue whole? What's going to allow Sue to be complete in this new chapter in her life? I see here that you began a new chapter in about 2019, 2018. And in that new chapter, what you're going to need to do and what you're being asked to learn is, who are you really? What is it you want to bring to the earth? What is it that's dying to come out from your soul and be expressed on the planet? For you, this segment of time, this new segment of time that you're about to step into, is a massive rebirth. Jupiter is going to hit Pisces. And I love this for you because this is kind of a both and energy as I'm seeing it. I'm seeing you're going to get a divine feminine activation with Uranus speaking to your natal Juno, your divine feminine energy. I see Jupiter here is going to make a harmonious aspect from Pisces to your 7th house cusp line, your relationship house. Excuse me, I just need to drink some more water. And then with Jupiter speaking here, as it gets into blue sign Pisces up here to blue sign Scorpio, where your divine feminine sits, the more anchored you get in to yourself, the more anchored you get in to your own energy, and the more anchored you get into what it is you feel called to bring forward in the world of career and the ways you're called to make money. Because these blue houses, they're all linked. Your earning money house, Pisces, your relationship house, Cancer, your career house, Scorpio, all the water signs. Jupiter, the expander, and the divine masculine will rest and communicate with all three from Pisces this coming year. And when it does so, it is going to bring expansion to all three houses at the same time. All right. So it's a really beautiful time for being centered in your own divine feminine energy. And in that way, you will be allowed to anchor in some form of third dimensional union energy. It looks like union with mission and the potential for union with counterpart all at the same time. But it looks like the access point for all of it is through paying attention to what's going on with your money, your earned income, your self-worth, your self-value, your self-esteem, and honoring the Saturnian lessons around boundaries that were given to you in the last 5 years. All right. So that's how it looks on your side, Sue. Now, if you want to have a fuller look at this, like Elvin said, we can look at all three charts and kind of see how the relationship is unfolding. What are the mirroring lessons between the two of you? So that if there is something different that your person is being asked to pay attention to at this time, Sue, You're not in a place where you're trying to yank union out of the ether and into the third dimension in resistance to what the energy is bringing forward for learning. All right. Let's do your 3-card pull, Sue. Let's pull these cards out for you. All right. There we go. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So we have 4 of Wands in reverse. We have is this the 9 or the 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is the 6 of Wands in reverse. The Emperor in reverse clarified by the 8 of Cups upright. Okay. Got it. And then the Ace of Wands upright at the bottom of the deck. All right. So listen, here's the deal. This is telling me that there's with both the 4 of Wands and the 6 of Wands in reverse, that if you guys were in communication of any sort, that there may be a bit of a pause or a break that's unfolding literally right now. It's happening right now. And you'll have to let me know how that resonates for you. But there's like a little bit of a pause in the action here. And this pause in the action is, you know, I don't want to say union energy is not happening, but this is the kind of union energy that's asking you to honor some of the heartbreak that you have just gone through and to honor it with your own tears, your own heart. The best way I can describe it is I was emailing back and forth with a client earlier this week who had some questions about her time, her appointment, but she was in a jam because she felt all her inner child wounding come up. And in this inner child wounding, she recognized some things about herself and the way that she was showing up in her connection that she felt warranted speaking up for her inner child in her connection. She felt it warranted saying something to her counterpart, and she wasn't sure if she should. She was like, like all this stuff got triggered. Should I say something? Should I not? Blah, blah, blah. And I said, look, the reality is, I think number one to pay attention to always first and foremost is your own intuition. More than anything the charts say. And the second thing, she was like, Venus retrograde, this, that, and these triggers. What do I do? And I said, look, in the Venus retrograde video, I talked about how to deal with and navigate the triggers and, what there is to do in these last 2 videos that I put out if triggers are up for you. That there will be a time in relationship to talk about these things, but that isn't necessarily now. And I find, and this is what your spread specifically is saying, coming back to you, that when our inner child specifically, when, he or she is up and in our face and she's like, I need attention now, the attention she's looking for or he's looking for isn't typically from your counterpart. The attention they're looking for is from you. And this is letting me know that there has been enough heartbreak, heartache, pain, sorrow, sadness, and disappointment in your world as a result of some of the things that have gone down in connection to your person. And what you're meant to be doing right now is really being the solace for your own pain, being the balm for your own wound, being the comforter for your own heartbreak at this time, rather than looking externally. This is telling me that the work right now for you is to get really rooted into what's in that swamp and what lilies can grow from that mud, what lotus flowers can blossom there. And in so doing, that's when you start to release union energy in your back into your field. Because what happens when we do that is from union with self, and by leaning into and embracing our own heartbreak, we open the floodgates for all union energy to come through. Where we dam up or avoid our heartbreak, that's where we put another brick in the wall for any other union energies to flow as well. Okay, so Sue, thank you for letting me read for you. Not necessarily the inner child swamp, but just like your own pain, the swamp of your own pain. Whatever heartbreak or inner child wounding may be coming up, this is a time for you to integrate that and honor that with your own attention. And the more you do that, the more you just embrace that for yourself, it's like the floodgates open for union energy with another to come through too, because you're in total union with yourself, your pain, and your divine perfection all at once. All right, Sue. I know that was a complex message. Maybe re-listen to that, see how that resonates for you. But yeah, that Saturn over Moon, I know that was hard. So just hang in there. And then what you want to do is just be really centered in yourself at this time. And that seems to unlock all types of union energy. Union with mission and union with counterpart is your message. Marilyn, it's your turn. Marilyn. Please paste your cue. And then after Marilyn, we have Salma. And let me just see. Yeah. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome, Sue. If you need like a fuller picture, if you need to ask clarifying questions, Sue, definitely get with me in a private reading. Because I saw some linkages in that you're in your chart. It's just hard to break it down in 4 minutes for you. Okay. Hey, Marilyn, welcome. Okay. Go ahead and put your chart up for me, Marilyn, and I'll let you know what I see. I need the birth date of Marilyn. And then Salma. And then if anyone else wants to jump on the list, you can. Who is this? Did I miss anyone? Let me see. Okay, that is Marilyn. Got it. Thank you so much, Elvin. I really appreciate it. Okay, got it. Okay, got it. And Marilyn, is this your chart or your person's chart that I'm looking at, please? And then Salma. Salma, it'll be your turn after I read for Marilyn. And if anybody else wants to jump on the list is open. Marilyn. Dunkirk, New York. All right. One 16, 1873. No birth time. Got it. It's your chart. Okay. All right. Let me share the screen again. Set timer. All right, Marilyn. So what I'm seeing here, yeah, I mean, I see why you're tired. Yeah, it actually your fatigue isn't necessarily a function. I mean, spiritual union energy could be going on where you're experiencing a lot of their experiences energetically. But what I'm seeing here isn't your fatigue necessarily isn't a function of that. The fatigue that I'm seeing here for you is a direct function of the way Pluto is sitting right on top of your sun. Saturn has wrapped up with your sun. Neptune is speaking to your moon. And you also have Neptune speaking by sextile to your Mercury, which sits literally just behind your sun by 8 degrees. This would cause anybody to be tired, to be very, very, very tired, my friend. So I'm not surprised that you feel this way. You also have, now that we're officially in Scorpio season, shoot, what day is it? 22nd. Okay, I have one more day. Sun, not Scorpio, Capricorn season. You have sun moving through the sign just before your sun. Happy early birthday, Marilyn. This right here would foster for anyone a sense of fatigue. And what's happening is you're being asked to move inside of a particular kind of cocoon that will allow you to transform and change. Neptune is bringing to your moon like a kind of, it's like a spiritual fatigue in the square. Sun in your 12th sign from your moon, or literally the sign of 12th sign from your sun, makes anyone sleepy. It makes someone really tired. Like that month just before a person's birthday, they can always find themselves just a little bit tired. And then Saturn and Pluto speaking to your sun are literally like clamps or like vices on your life force energy. So that's the fatigue piece. The union piece is interesting because I am seeing a harmonious aspect of Jupiter to Aries showing up as Jupiter arrives here in fire sign Aries, making harmony with fire sign natally placed Juno in Sagittarius. What's nice about this is that that does constitute a very harmonious union energy in the second half of next year. Whether or not this manifests in something in the third dimension is going to really depend on where the two of you are at in your journey. I'd have to take a deeper look at your charts, but just based on your chart alone, I'm not seeing any further outer planet interference from Chiron. I'm not seeing anything from Uranus next year, which is fantastic. Pluto speaking to the sun is a little disconcerting. But Pluto speaking to sun doesn't get in the way like some of the other outer planets do. I'm not seeing anything from, I will say, nope, not even Saturn. Saturn is in Aquarius off of all of your personal planets, really. Saturn will speak to your moon in the second half of next year. That part will get tricky. You may find that during that time, because Saturn is in an air sign right now, there's just a bit of like withdrawal, like disinterest in social activity and company. And the more Saturn gets to the later degrees of Aquarius, because you have a late degree Gemini moon, air to air, you may find that you are just less interested in being around humans and in human company. And that also includes your counterpart. But other than that, I'm seeing a lot of green lights here, Marilyn. Let me do a tarot pull for you since you ordered that. List is open. I'm going to read for Salma. And then that's it. That's all we have on the list now. But if anybody else would like to get on the list is definitely open. And if anybody here would like to ask a second question, we can do that. Interesting. Let me find the third card, the second and the third card. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So interestingly, what this spread is pointing out, I'm using the Light Seer Tarot for you. 6 of Pentacles upright, 4 of Pentacles reversed, 9 of Swords reversed. Hallelujah for the reversed. What I like to see about this with that 6 of Pentacles upright in the Light Seers Tarot, this is really about learning how to receive, how to be in the flow of giving and receiving, Marilyn. But because 4 of Pentacles is also reversed, this is about learning how to receive and let people help you in the third dimension. I don't know what the issue is here for you around receiving, because I didn't see it here in your chart necessarily. But I do see for union energy to go somewhere on your side of the connection, your personal work, in any type of union energy, divine, soul group, counterpart. I got it, Nancy. Or self, right? You're going to have to really start to work on and expand your muscle for being able to let people in, let people help you, receive from other people, let people give to you. Ironically, with the 9 of Swords reversed, like I am really seeing that a period of like massive angst and anxiety is coming to a close for you, where you've really been in your head about what to do, how to make things work. The 4 of Pentacles reversed is letting me know like this period of time where you felt like you couldn't receive, where you couldn't trust anyone, where you couldn't let anyone help you. That's coming to a close. Bottom of the deck, we have the 7 of Pentacles, or sorry, 7 of Cups reversed. This is a different deck than the Rider-Waite. In this deck, all the cups are turned over. They're all reversed. And so this is telling me you're going to have to learn and pick and choose when and how and with whom to turn that cup upright so that you can receive, so that you can let love in. The more you're able to do that, the more this union energy for you is going to anchor on your side of the connection. And that's what's going to facilitate things moving forward. Okay, for you. Thank you, Marilyn. It's a pleasure to read for you. Appreciate you letting me do that. Salma and then Nancy are on the list. Salma and then Nancy. Yeah. Okay. Let me just see what Sue's question was. If I do a private reading and have to do recorded because I am at work during the days, will that be as effective? Yeah, totally. The efficacy of the reading, whether it is recorded or live, is 100% based on your questions, Sue. All readings are based on your questions in the way that I read, recorded or live. So you can re-listen to some of these sessions that I have here on the live channel to see kind of what kind of questions have gotten the most mileage for people. I put some guidelines on my website. Like if you don't know what to ask, under where you book, I put some guidelines there that said, like, here's how to know what to ask. And they're not sample questions. I don't feed you questions. I say the best questions are questions like these, and they prompt you to do some reflection before you come into session with me. The best questions for you aren't going to be the ones that I predictate to you. They're going to be the ones that you have spend some time looking at your own life to say, here's where I really need some support. And then I open myself up to, the guidance that comes through based on what's there in the chart. And I tell you what I'm seeing based on what I can see. And it's a co-creation between your own intuition and the divine guidance that comes through. Okay. It's always nice if you can be there, if you're the kind of person that needs to ask clarifying questions as you go. But, I find that people who've really been thoughtful about what to ask, they tend to be good to go. Let's share screen. All right. So Sue, hopefully that is helpful for you. Salma, let's see. Let me 9/11/88, 8 a.m. New York. Can you tell me if and when my counterpart will be ready for reconciliation and communication in the new year 2022? Thank you so much. So this is kind of a yes and a no question, Salma. I'll be honest with you. I don't really know the specifics of what's going on in their life. I can really see like things like the kind of lessons they might be invited to learn, but whether or not that makes them ready to talk to you is really going to be dependent upon, their level of growth, why things broke in the first place, and whether or not, the proper amends making work and growth work has taken place so that you guys don't end up in the exact same circumstance. So, all of that to say, when I look at just what's going on here, and this comes with, look, don't take it with a grain of salt, take it with a fistful of salt, because I don't know. I see that your person looks like they may be open for some form of communication in the second half of next year. Now, here's the other caveat to this, and I say this to people who aren't in communication all the time. Look, if three things are true, if they shut the door and they said, don't talk to me anymore, if they red lighted you and they're being slow about responses, you're sending paragraphs and they're sending back one-liners. If they're like starting to send that yellow light signal that they're not open, or if they just straight up ghosted, meaning you had been communicating and then they just stopped and you don't know what the heck happened, or you got blocked. They're the ones who shut the door, slowed communication. They are also the ones that have to open it. I don't care what the astrology says. If they've used their free will to shut the door, whoever's the one that shut the door, that's the person who also has to use their free will to reopen it. So, all of that to say, I see the second half of the year looks very favorable. But that's also going to depend on the predicating factors that I also provided for you. Who shut the door? Number one. I like that Jupiter arrives here in house 7 with harmony to his natal Juno. But I'm also seeing Chiron being in conversation all next year with his internal masculine energy. And we all know what it's like to deal with a gentleman who's walking around with wounded masculine energy. They're not the most pleasant people. They tend to be very victim minded about their lives and about us in them. I'm not, excuse me. Not seeing a Uranus. Neptune's kind of done with his sun, but is gearing up to talk to his moon. I'm not seeing him being particularly emotionally grounded during this period of time. Yeah, it's kind of a mixed bag what I'm seeing here. Let me see what you said. We haven't been communicating for a long time, and I respect his journey. I haven't pushed for communion. I just feel to bring some harmony. It may, if the door is open to talk and you want to be connected, Salma, then be connected. If you want to demonstrate love or be loving, be loving. There are points in the journey where it's about being, really present with your own heart, and showing up for what your heart is asking you to do, which may be about vulnerability. It may be about connecting, even if they are not, showing up to be connected with, or you're not getting what you want in return. There are other segments of the journey where, it's just they're on one path and in one classroom, and you're on another path and in another classroom. He doesn't look like he's not open, but your journey best. We see each other through mutual friends and it's friendly. That's great. I'm happy to hear that. Really happy to hear that you guys are friendly, that you're talking, that you're communicating. If it's friendly, then it looks like it remains friendly, through the end of the year, and the second half of the year looks really great. Yeah, it actually looks really good, to be honest with you. But, whether or not he's open to you, it's also going to depend. Like, what happened that had him be closed before? Has anything changed? Have you changed? Have you done any work? Has he changed? Has he done any work? Or is he still dragging around the same wounds and the same stuff from 2016? Is he being the same person? So I certainly see plausibility in things going quite well if you guys are already in communication, for sure. Nancy, it's your turn. Please paste your cue, hun. But I certainly can't guarantee that it will. I wish I could. I wish I was a magician. Wish I had a rabbit in a hat with a bat. I wish I was a little bit taller. Wish I was a baller. Okay, let's see. Nancy and then SR. And that's what we have. Okay, is there anyone else who jumped on the list? Not yet. Okay, so we just have Nancy and SR. And then if you want to go deeper, like you really want to unpack some stuff and look at some stuff, the best thing to do is to always book a twin flame reading with me. And that way I can look at everything together for you guys, your chart, their chart, how it's all fitting together. Okay. Oh, you say you have not been communicating, but you're friendly. Okay, got it. So we'll do Nancy, then we'll do SR. And if anyone would like to jump on the list, you absolutely can. All right. Where's Nancy? It would be 11:11, Salma. You can pay $11.11. Okay, let me pull this up. It is the Libra day for sure. Claire. Ten, 6, 1980. Where is he at with Union itself? Oh, girl, I wish I knew. I wish I could answer that question for you. I have no idea. Let me see. I can see what he's being invited to learn, but some people are just hard headed. They don't like to learn. Let me pull up the timer. Okay. Yeah, Marie is great. Marie is fantastic. Thanks for linking her, Elvin. She's fantastic. She does psychic empath stuff that I cannot do. I do not have that ability. And the way Elvin has used her readings, like Elvin's a phenomenal example of someone who understands how to use a reading for her own spiritual growth and journey so that she is not using the reading and getting stuck. Let me see. Using the reading to kind of just repeat what she's repeat cycles or just get information. I see a lot of people use readings in a very like kind of like fetishistic kind of self-masturbatory spiritually masturbatory kind of way. But anytime, Elvin, you've got a reading with me or I've seen you get a reading anywhere else, you do a really good job of asking what you need to ask so that you're growing, so that you are expanding your capacity to understand what spirit is trying to teach you, what the divine is trying to reveal to you, so that you can get emotionally unstuck and spiritually open. And we all have those times where we just need to know, where we're just like, help me understand, why isn't this working? Why are things in the place that they're in? Like, why is it going the way it's going? Right. But Elvin really uses her questions that she pays for with people, even with me, to like get into why is it this way, and then what can I learn, what is my lesson in this, how can I grow from this. And I mean, I would say, like, for you, Elvin, the way this Marie's readings are filled with guidance, yeah, she's really good. She's very talented. The way you use it though is just it's phenomenal. It's a real gift, the way that you
the way that I don't know, like I wish you could coach my clients before walking into session with me most of the time because you ask questions in such a rich way that like you're just not the same person you were a year ago when I started reading for you or 2 years ago. You've become a very different woman as a result of this. And you're in a place of much greater peace as a result of the way you use readings. So I'd say they're probably better than therapy for you in a lot of ways because you're really intently focused on your growth and your evolution. So well done. All right, let's see what's going on with the growth of Nancy's person. Nancy's person's growth. Nancy's person is being asked to learn a lot about boundaries for sure. October 6, 1980. Do we see this already? Wild. Okay. Yeah, October 6, 1980. A lot about boundaries. And integrate, like really becoming a version of themselves that is, yeah, it's interesting because I see your person has like a tendency in their nature to like overgive and then be resentful. Like this is something kind of like, or like to give to get, like there's like a tit for tat kind of thing going on in their world and the way that they deal with like giving and receiving. So all of that to say, in the coming year, 2022, Saturn is going to make an aspect to your person's sun. It already spoke to their divine feminine energy. And natal Saturn is going to speak to your person's Lilith. And these are the energies that cause your person to maybe like in their shadow, they can improperly use giving and receiving. Like I said, okay, you say yes, 100%. So yeah, I don't know what it is. You'd have to tell me. It's either like a tit for tat kind of thing or like giving just to receive something, like to get something back, or it's like a manipulation, or it's like a what was the third one? Like a kind of giving to the point of being like so resentful and they just explode on stuff, right, Nance? So, whatever one of those three in your person's shadow energy they have as a way of dealing with giving and receiving, Saturn is trying to help your person in 2022 get past that and get into the light with this energy and help your person understand that what they actually have a real gift in with this configuration in their chart is they have a very powerful, innate divine feminine energy to understand the appropriate flow of in and out and have really good boundaries so that resentment doesn't creep in and then make them want to just take or explode or shut down. And so that they understand that the balance of giving, receiving isn't always like immediate, right? Like in a marriage, in a relationship, a friendship, a business endeavor, it's not always going to be one cookie for me, one cookie for you. Everyone is even Stevens 100% of the time. Some years it's going to be about us, helping you get through a particularly difficult inflection point in business or career and the emotional challenges that come with that. And then there are going to be other years where it's my turn, where 100% of the energy might be focused on me. And that's not a bad thing. It all breaks even in the wash. And so it's really necessary to understand for your person, this is what Saturn's trying to help them do, is get to a place of more mature relationship to giving and receiving in their feminine energy so that the way that they operate isn't from a place of victimhood when it comes to the flow of giving and receiving. All right. Oh, you clap. Crystal, I love you. Crystal, oh, you be giving me so much life, girl. I did say that. Do not clap back. It's okay. It's all right, baby cakes. No, none of us are perfect. So, all of that to say, Nancy, as I'm looking at this, if you have been set to the side in your person's life, right? If for whatever reason you two are on a communication hiatus, a timeout, like it's just not as close as you might like it to be, don't worry. It's supposed to be this way at this time, especially with Chiron preparing to oppose your person's sun in the way that it is. Wish I could draw a straight line, but you get the idea. With Chiron preparing to oppose your person's sun, they're going to get an education in the coming year about why they are the way they are in the shadow with giving and receiving, and what they can do to step into the light with giving and receiving, so that they have a better balance when it comes to understanding the nature and the flow of giving and receiving here on planet Earth. Okay. Overgiving and then being resentful. Yeah, he does have strong DF energy at times. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, he has two feminine energies flanking his sun. There's no way he doesn't have very strong feminine energy at times, but is in great fear of being so open-hearted. Yeah, that's actually a very common theme that a lot of men who incarnated in divine masculine polarity are actively, it's a theme that they're working through, because we are in need of a new template for masculinity on earth. So there are a lot of these men, these divine masculine men who incarnated, in very feminine signs with feminine energies flanking their sun, water signs. Not all the water signs are feminine, but actually they all are. Cancer, Capricorn, Scorpio, Taurus. Yeah. And then Pisces. Yeah, all the water signs are feminine signs. Fascinating. I didn't realize that until just now. But yeah, the water signs. And then, I think the other feminine signs are Virgo, Taurus, and then the cardinals, it is Capricorn and Cancer are feminine. So yeah, when he has a lot of that kind of stuff going on, he was born in a masculine sign, Libra, which is about relationships, with two feminine energies flanking his sun. So he's needing to learn how to be in a masculine body and anchor this new template of what it means to be an open-hearted man, what it means to be a man who isn't so divorced from his feminine energy that he's abusive to women and children, or that he's abusive to other men. And that's some of why they incarnated the way they incarnated. In this period of time that your person's moving through right now, he's getting schooled on the next level of maturity, the next lesson in that school, how to work with being a masculine, how to be a man who has open-hearted energy, who's got an integrated feminine side, not a repressed, self-abused, locked in a closet feminine side. Because when you do that to your own feminine side, that's how you end up doing that to women in the world, right? So he's working it. I mean, I don't know that he's working it, but I can see the universe is working him to get him there, Nance. Okay, so SR, and then let me just check the list. Okay, so we have SR, and then we're going to do Salma's tarot follow-up on her question, okay? And actually, I'm going to do it for you now, Salma. Let me go back to, thank you for letting me read for you, Nance. Let me go back to Selma's question and do the tarot pull on it. Selma, when or if he will be ready for reconciliation communication in the new year. So I'm not very good at timing with tarot. Some people are, Selma. It's not my gift, but we'll see if any messages about timing come through in the spread that shows up here. Shuffling for Salma. When, if, will her counterpart be ready for communication? Yeah, I'm getting that's not the deck. It's the Rider-Waite for you. Shuffling for Salma. Will her person want to be in communication with her? Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Okay, so what's interesting to me, one of the things about divine timing, Salma, and I'm going to do this 3-card pull for Salma, and then we're going to move on to SR. Thank you, SR, for preparing your question. The vent, I'm going to deal with you in a minute, girl. What we have for you is Ace of Cups reversed, 8 of Swords reversed, Empress upright, bottom of the deck, Devil reversed, bottom of the deck, Tower reversed. I love this. Okay, this is great. What this is telling me, it's reminding me of something my spiritual guidance team taught me about divine timing a while ago. They taught me that, in the world of divine timing, sometimes it's less about a when and more about a sequence of events that need to take place in order for the step that we want to be on to unfold. And in the spiritual realm, they don't really have time the way that we do. They don't understand it, conceptualize it. They don't experience it the way we do in density. Okay. And so because of this, your message is coming through. Your message was about when and if, but what came back was specifically about here's the order of events that needs to unfold. Here's what has to happen as the messages are coming through. Here's what has to happen in order for communication in the third dimension or openness in the third dimension to happen. What has to happen, and I like this a lot because what this tells me is Ace of Cups reversed and then 8 of Swords reversed. These are the only 2 reversed cards in the 3 card. And then the Empress is upright. And what this tells me is that the expectation of romance and love and like relationship and this going somewhere other than just friends, as long as that's on the table, so too is 8 of Swords energy. But the minute that comes off the table, so too does 8 of Swords energy. The minute we take the pressure of love and relationship and the expectation of this becoming something more, and let's just manifest the richness of the connection in the third dimension. Let's just have all of it be everything all at once. The minute that starts to take place, now we're all bound up on 8 of Swords style. We're all up in our heads, limiting beliefs are running the show and nothing can grow, nothing can move. But the minute we take that off the table, the Empress upright is on the scene. And now we move out of that Devil upright energy into Devil reversed energy. So you guys know the Devil card and the Lover's card, they're mirrors of one another. And the way that I read when I'm reading tarot, when the twin connection shows up as the Devil card, it's showing up in shadow. But when it shows up as the Lover's card, it's showing up in the light. Both of those are 6 cards. The one is what is that? 10 and 5, 15. So yeah, 6 card. And then the Lover's card is also a 6 card in the major arcana as well. It's one of the other 6 cards. I don't remember how it totals up to 6. But what this tells us, right? In the Devil card, the lovers are chained. But in the Lovers card, they're free. They're free to engage in the love in whatever way they want. But in the Devil card, they're forced, they're compelled, and they're trying to escape what feels like a leash around their soul, right? What we want is for the connection to manifest in that Lover's upright. So that the Devil reversed at the bottom of the deck here is great, because this is telling me you guys are already in, just like you said, Salma, you guys are already in this. Let's just be friends. Let's take the expectation off the table. Let's not try to make this something. Let's just relax about this. The Empress energy is already manifesting between the two of you. That's a fertile growth energy. That's an energy of the divine feminine really working between the two of you in a very beautiful way. Divine feminine energy allowing unfoldment between the two of you. That's what's happening here. Divine feminine energy is guiding the two of you. And so as long as you can continue to keep this expectation energy off the table, this is going to continue to grow in ways that the divine major arcana, the Empress, has handled. Okay. But the minute we try to take it in our hands and go back to the minor arcana, ooh, it's Ace of Cups, it's love, let's make this happen. Eight of Swords is right behind it, ready to pop in, and then so too is the Devil energy. Selma, I hope that makes sense. I hope that helps clarify some things for you, hon. That in terms of the divine timing, it's less about a when and a date we can point to on a calendar in your case. And it's far more about a frequency and being able to maintain that divine feminine Empress frequency, love from freedom frequency, as opposed to, that Lover's card upright frequency. Okay. The more you can cultivate and maintain that, the more open this whole thing gets for the two of you. All right. And Selma, it sounds like you know the cards. So hopefully that's helpful. That was so spot on. Thank you. You're welcome, Salma. Yeah, Elvin's right. That's exactly right. Okay. All right, SR. I'm going to pull the chart. Ooh, an Aries. We went from Libra to the opposite side of the chart, Aries. I'm reading for all kinds of Libras tonight, today. And now we're going to do an Aries. All right. SR. Laos. Vientiane. April 12th, 1975. 10:18 a.m. That's like so specific. I know one other Aries who was born in Vientiane, Laos. It's so crazy. I hope she's okay. She's actually been on my mind lately. All right, SR, I'm going to read for you, but Sweet Pea, I have got to use the restroom. So I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to come right back. And then we have another one from Jason, who I think is named Sue. I think Jason is Sue. Please confirm. Hang on one second. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom.
Thank you so much, SR. I really appreciate it. SR, and then I'm going to read for Jason Sue again. All right. The vent, you're cute. Okay. Let me see what SR's question is. Wait, SR, what was your question? Oh, here it is. Okay. Interested in what their lessons are at this time. Okay, no problem. Let's do this. Let's see what is happening on the other side of the connection. As I'm sharing this with you, I want you to listen for what you are recognizing your mirrors are. Well, I hope this is not your son's money I'm reading with. Damn, Sue. Hope I'm reading with your money and not your son's money. Okay. Okay. All right. There have been some really tough lessons in love and relationship for your person in the last 3 years. With the Capricorn 7th house, I'm seeing here that your person probably went through a separation in 2019. And that separation, 2019, 2020, that separation, even if it was just in their heart, as opposed to good clarification. Let's be clear, son Jason. This is my money. This is my PayPal. This separation would have taught your person some really significant lessons about the following things: boundaries, who they are not, why they feel the way they feel about certain things, and that sometimes there are certain things about the way they feel that actually just cannot be changed. And there's probably some culpability that they may have had. The Saturn, so Saturnian lesson, as Saturn moved through their 7th house of committed partnership, would have revealed to them precisely why they are where they are in love and relationship at this moment in their lives. Whether that is like single, forever bachelorhood, getting divorced, or just breaking up. Like, I'm not seeing relationship energy here. I would be surprised with this energy if you told me something like, oh no, they got married, or oh, they're in another relationship. With this energy, it would be very difficult to be in another relationship in any kind of emotionally invested way. Because what this energy is doing, it's Rubik's cubing your person's relationship foundation, such that to have a relationship on this Rubik's cubing foundation, these shifting sands, it would have every time you tried to build on it, it would have fallen apart, and then it would have fallen apart again, and then it would have fallen apart another time. And that's because what's shifting is your person themselves, their capacity to be in relationship, their understanding of relationship, their needs in relationship, their stories about relationship. All of this is radically changing for your person at this time. It began in about 2019. It went on into 2020, and it's continuing this year. Let's see what you say. We separated physically in 2018. 2019, he moved on to someone else. He is not emotionally invested at all. Yeah, I got that. I got the lack of emotional investment faux show. It would be very difficult to have any kind of real relationship in the energy that I'm seeing here.
it would not have been realistically possible. All of that to say, given the way this looks, the lessons have to do with, the question that life is asking your person is this enough? And the way it's coming in is through some lessons around self-esteem, around, am I enough? So I'm sure, what I'm explaining is really difficult. He is married. He got engaged. He's married. Definitely not emotionally invested. Yeah. Saturn can get a person married when it hits this part, but the fact that Saturn was squaring your person's moon at the exact same time, yeah, it would have been hard for this to be the kind of connection that would have allowed someone to be really emotionally present. Unfortunately, it would have been kind of like this wouldn't have been a marriage of a convenience. This would have been a marriage of duty and obligation. Like, oh, I got her pregnant, now I have to marry her. Or like, we've been promised to one another since we were children by our families, and the time has finally come. Like that kind of situation. Arranged marriage could have been that, but most people who have arranged marriages typically have an astrologer look at this stuff before they do it, and they wouldn't have chosen a time where Saturn was square the person's moon. All of that to say, lessons in love, tough lessons in love, lessons in how to make it work. Why am I in the place that I am in when it comes to love and commitment? These are some of the things that your person is being asked to learn at this time. The thing about Saturn, when it hits that seventh house cusp line, which it did in 2020, Saturn does one of two things. If things are aligned, it will bring them closer together. It will allow things to be, it'll like create a border, like a perimeter around it. And you see seventh house cusp as marriage. You will see marriage come with a Saturn transit to the seventh house cusp line. But Saturn would also have to be making harmonious aspects to things like the moon or their Venus. You did get a harmonious aspect to Venus last year and to their asteroid for partnership last year as well. But with the square to the moon and with Chiron speaking to the person's moon, that's how I'm seeing the lack of emotional investment component. I'm seeing the piece here about this being an energy of like like a marriage of duty or obligation, because Saturn does bring in responsibility. It brings in the need to follow through on commitments. So, like I said, if she got pregnant, it was that kind of thing, or like we told each other that we would get married at this point. If we weren't, then that kind of thing. So yeah, lessons in love are all the way around in your person's chart. That's about as deep as I can go for a one question mini reading, hun. But just trust that I'm sure that while that has been hard for you, getting to use the Centum Muerte deck for you, I'm sure that has probably been hard for you to see that someone you love is separated from you and then just promptly married someone else. Nobody wants to feel that. Nobody wants to feel like, wow, was what we had that insignificant that you can just go do something else like now? You didn't even need time to breathe after we broke up. You're just now in a new thing. Trust that there's blowback on his side as well. He's got his own He's got his own bed to lay in, his own stuff to figure out that this has not necessarily been a smooth ride for him either. Okay. Dang, I'm getting to pull the third card from a different deck, which never happens. But I got the first two from Santa Muerte. There we go. And the last one wanted to come out of the Light Seers Tarot. And so, and this echoes what the answer to your question was that we just saw. Let me scroll back up to it. Your question specifically was lessons in love. What are the lessons in love? So we have Seven of Pentacles reversed. And if you know that Seven of Pentacles card in the Rider-Waite, it's about taking stock. It is the card of checking in to see where your harvest is at this moment in time. Does it need more water? Does it need more fertilizer? It's a taking a break card for in the action and a assessing in the growth where things are. But in the Santa Muerte deck, it's an abacus, and what you're seeing in this card is a guy counting the pieces on an abacus and sliding the final piece into place. This is reversed. Queen of Pentacles is upright. And in this card, this deck, the Queen of Pentacles is climbing up a ladder to take something from a tree, to harvest something from a tree. And then the final card came out as a 2-for-1, two as one. Two of Cups upright came out with Queen of Wands upright. And so what this is telling me is that your person has made a decision to try to make this grow, to try to make what he has going on work. And the lesson he is learning is, can there, from a place of duty and obligation, can love flow? Can love grow? From a place that is pentacle driven, can a cups and wands situation unfold? That's the question and the inquiry that he's being tasked with learning at this time is, can I make love grow, as opposed to, is love given, is love there? So interesting lesson, right? Asked about lessons in love. There's no longer like a waiting to figure it out. There has been a decision made to grow something, but the question becomes, is he's trying to figure out, what he's learning is, can I decide to love someone? Is that something I can just make myself do? He's got another 2 years on that lesson. It's not an easy lesson. I think you already know the answer to that. I think any of us here do. If we could decide to love someone, none of us would be here on doing what we're doing today. I can guarantee you that. But he'll figure it out. All right. Let me check the list. Okay, so we have Jason. Jason Sue, it is your turn. Yeah, it's not easy to watch them need to learn that lesson when you already know the answer. Yeah, to be continued. ... All right, Jason Sue. With your PayPal account, let me get your question. And Donna, you're so welcome to jump on the list. I don't have a payment from you. But you would need to make a payment if you'd like for me to read for you. The payment information is linked above on the pinned comment in blue on your device. So if you'd like to click on that, you can see how to make a payment, and then you can be added to the list and I can do a reading for you. All right. Ed England. Oh, his name is Ed England. He wasn't born in England. I was like, what? Okay. Let me see. Illinois. So just out of curiosity, I'm really curious, like, what does it do for you guys to hear about what's going on in your person's life? I'd like to just hear from you guys in the chat. What does it do for you to have me read their chart for you? What do you get out of this for you? I take a sip of water. And then anyone else who's watching who would like to jump on the list, you can definitely do that. Jason is the last person on the list for right now. So the list is open. If you'd like me to read for you, be pretty quick to get a reading. Amazing. Okay. Water is so nice. Let me share a screen. But yeah, I'd love to hear from you guys what it does for you to hear what's going on in their chart and in their connection. And I'm asking this for a very specific reason. Gives people clarity and validation and may put them at ease to know what's going on with them. But why? Why does it put them at ease? And what does it validate specifically, the event? Okay, let me set the timer. Okay, so what we have going on over here in your person's growth, let's just see. Okay, big lessons. Move that out of the way. Okay. Okay, then that's a different thing, Eli and Ben's world, but we'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, so here's what we got, Sue. Your person is being invited to have some conversations with themselves at this time about just kind of a deeper understanding, frankly, about who they are in relationship, who they are in love. Saturn speaking to your person's Venus is putting them in a place where they are probably a lot less likely to give love and a lot more learning about what love is, and like a bit of, it's a commitment transit for sure. But if things are misaligned in terms of having a commitment happen, which they could be with Uranus speaking to his sun and Pluto speaking to his moon, these other two energies here are saying he's less likely in a commitment oriented place. Yeah, this is talking about dramatic growth and internal change when it comes to your person's just kind of emotional understanding of what they need from relationship. And that makes sense. If they are not in a place to be in a relationship, the lesson that they're experiencing at this time is significant growth and change about what even do I need? Like, why would I be in a relationship if I don't even know what I would need from one? What am I getting out of it? Why would I want to be in one? There's a massive shift going on right now for your person about the value and the place of relationships in your person's world. And so we tend to think, that all people have the same perspective on relationships and love. Like, they're great. It's the best feeling in the world until you break up with a person or until you fight with the person, or, they're wonderful. But people get into relationships for very different reasons. And many times, I would even say most of the time, the reasons we're getting into relationships are actually really unconsciously driven. We don't even know why we're doing it, why we are wanting it. And what's happening for your person right now is whatever your person's core sets of reasons for getting into relationship prior to this moment in their life, whatever those are dramatically changing. One set of reasons is actually dying out. What he previously thought he needed from relationships, that's the moon, and Pluto is endings. Pluto is bringing an end to what those needs are, and who he thought he was and what he thought he could bring to relationships. That's dramatically transforming. Uranus is the transformer, and Uranus is speaking to his sun. And so, yeah, he may not, Eli and Ben's world, know how to let someone love him. But this also may correspond to something that we spoke about earlier in your life, about how at this moment, part of your growth and lesson, the mirroring lesson here at this juncture in your world, had everything to do with not holding on to an idea of what was or what could be, but instead surrendering to what is, right? The need to, get off it and sell this house. Because that chapter of your life with that marriage and that house, that's done. And you holding on and stringing it out. He also has had a construct of love and relationship that is done. He's needing to let it go. The way he observed it, thought about it, felt it, over, and what he needed from it, done. And he's being asked to move into a new chapter when it comes to his perspective on love and relationship, his needs from love and relationship, and what he can give in love and relationship, who he was as and who he would have been as a boyfriend up until this moment in time in his life, and who he's going to be after this transit, which is very once in a lifetime. This is not the kind of energy that he could have had when he was 16 or 30. These two planets take so long to get around the wheel. Pluto, 248 years, Uranus, 84 years, that he could only experience the two of these speaking to his natal personal planets, the two most important planets in his chart, sun and moon, simultaneously at this one moment in his life. So he is becoming a massively different human in the world of love and relationship, because he's becoming a massively different human, period. All of that to say, like when someone's going through something like this with this kind of energy acting on their most intimate planets, it's the kind of thing where, you kind of want to have a relationship with him, but here are these things going on. You don't know if he knows how to love, this, that, and the other, but it's essentially like saying to the factory, I don't care how finished the bike is, bring it out. I want to ride it. And they're like, but the wheels aren't on it yet. And you're like, so what? If you can't bring it out now, I might be kind of done. And the factory's like, well, we can't help you because there's literally nothing to ride right now. There's no wheels, ain't no handlebars. The chain is put together and the body is put together. That's it. Ain't no seat. Ain't no bike here to bike on. And that's essentially what I want you to kind of see in your connection at this moment, is that there's this timing wise alternative pieces of focus for you. Number one, you got a house to sell and some financial rectification to get up on. And number two, you got a bike that ain't got no wheels in this man. He got some other stuff going on. And so, your money and your attention today has been several hours with me. And I'm not going to count how much money you spent with me. But as a result of this, I don't know how much progress we've made on getting you to the place where you are ready for what comes next with him. And he is definitely not ready with no bike, no seat, and no handlebars. Okay, so in his energy, the 3 card comes up as King of Pentacles, Queen of Wands, and 2 of Swords. He has some integration to do. There's 2 court cards here, King and Queen, but they're 2 different suits. Earth and Earth and like life force, the wand suit, spirit, earth and spirit. And with the 2 of Swords, there's 2, and the mental suit here. The 2 of Swords, this is telling me that he has some integration work to do. This 2 of Swords I'm sure if you know the traditional tarot, the blindfolded tarot, she's blindfolded, 2 swords crossing her heart. She can't see which way to go, and she's seated. There's no action being taken here. The only option is for her to kind of look within. And it's a mental energy. It's the mental energy that's balancing out what's happening in the earth, King of Pentacles, and in the spirit, Queen of Wands. And what he's needing to do at this time is really focus on, how do I balance out my internal King of Pentacles, my internal need and capacity to focus in the 3rd dimension, with my internal feminine energy, my internal feminine spiritual energy? How do I bring these 2 things into one energy so that they can stop feeling so separate and pulling me in separate directions? Because King of Pentacles, he wants to just focus on building in the earth dimension, but Queen of Wands, she doesn't want any of that. She's focused on creativity and life force and what makes her feel alive. But this 2 of Swords is asking him to figure out how to integrate the 2. So that's how his energy is looking in terms of lessons. But that's how it's straight up like an energy of not ready. And so if you're tired, that lets me know you've been efforting to ride a bike that ain't got no seat, no handlebars, no no wheels. It could be a lot easier if you went ahead and focused on the things you're supposed to be doing to get ready and let him finish out his getting ready process. Because he's got a ways to go in 2022. Okay, so that's what I got for you there, Jason, Sue, Ben, and Eli's world. Okay, amazing. Great question. Let me come back here in the chat. He doesn't think that love and sex can go together. Yeah. And listen, that's not your job to fix. You didn't cause that mindset. You cannot cure that mindset. And you cannot control that mindset. You're not going to be able to heal that. So let that go. If that's where he's at, all you can do is say, I hear you and I will love you in that place. If that's where you're at, that's it. You cannot fix that for him. But what you can do is sell this house, girl, and get your money together so that you're no longer in the house of your marriage when he's ready for you. Okay. Not yet. He's not ready, and I have stuff I need to do too. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. Okay, let me scroll back. So I started by asking, Donna, if you're still here, you're welcome to make a payment. I don't have your payment yet. Okay. So the question I had asked you guys was, what does it do for you to hear what the lessons are for the other person, where the other person's at? The event says gives people clarity and validation. It may put them at ease to know what's going on with them. Elvin says, she says, that's why I would want to know. Elvin says, oftentimes I feel kind of the same or something mirroring back, or it makes them more human since their energy is more closed off. Yeah, it allows you to foster that compassion. The event says, for me, my twin doesn't talk too much, and I find him to be so fascinating and mystical. I think I find comfort in learning his mechanisms to work with him better. I don't know if that's because of just how I am. Elvin says he's my biggest teacher, so I learn by knowing what's going on with him. The event goes on. I love astrology because it generally helps me understand the people around me and how to live in harmony with them. Yeah, that's me too. The event, as R says, for me, I'm in such a great space of inward learning and growth and have no judgment towards his personal journey. So your reading offers me insight and perspective from the astrological. But what kind of insight, SR? What kind of perspective is the astrological giving you? What does it help you? What does this help you feel, be, or do that you otherwise would not have access to? The event says, I kind of feel like I also just let him do whatever he's doing because whether I know or not, I can't change the present. That's exactly right. I think people hope for it to give them hope. Sometimes people do. I agree. The event. The event says, like CK, it's mad helpful to know that there ain't been no bike. Yeah, I would agree with that. The event. Yeah. So yeah, it's like literally like just let the factory finish and go focus on, the lesson in our own classroom. Okay, cool. Get your money, honey. That's right. Scorpio, South Node, you can ask a question about your marriage if you like. That's totally fine. In a one question astrology chart reading, I can read one chart and answer one question. So you can provide for me your chart, your birth details. I just need your birth location and day. If you have the time, it's helpful. Or I can, read your counterparts, your husbands or wives. Birth, same thing, birthday and location. If you have the time, it's helpful, but not required. And then I just need your one question. Eli and Ben's world. The house isn't me. I have my own house, not from a previous relationship. My finances are pretty good, but I do need to get some stuff more organized. You got this, Eli and Ben's world. You got this. You know what you need to do. You know what you need to do. Okay. All right. So I'm going to just give this a minute and see if anyone else wants to do another read. Otherwise, we will read for the mods and then we'll wrap up. Do I include the info via Venmo or no? Put it here in the chat, Scorpio South Node. put it right here in the chat. You guys are such a great group. Awesome. So who's here? I have Elvin, the vent, and I have Kylie. Okay, you guys think of your questions. Start to think of your questions or whatever you want me to answer. And it doesn't have to be, if you guys don't have like a personal question, you can let me answer a question for you, like for the collective or for the room, or if you want me to channel something for the collective, I can look into that as well. Thank you, the vent. You guys are the great too. I love you guys. I swear I have the best mods. Hope Love and Sunshine says, personally, I don't know much about my DM, so I don't ask about him. I just ask about me, mainly to get insight of how to maneuver my life, personal and spiritual growth lessons, etc. Yeah, it's great. It's great. Very good stuff. Thank you, Elvin. All right, Scorpio South Node. Cool. Go ahead and Venmo and then paste your question so that I know which chart to look at. It's okay, Scorpio South Node. Just go ahead and do it. Oh, I am ready. I really want like pizza, but I know it's like the last thing that I need to eat right now. I really want pizza, and my mind's telling me no, but my mouth is telling me yes. You never ask about him. That's fine. The vent. Do you have to work tonight? Elvin had sushi today. Yum. That's probably going to be a better choice for me. Sushi might be a much better choice if I have anything. Okay, let's do this, Scorpio South Node. Vegan pizza? Yeah, come on, the vent. You know the cheese is like the best part, girl. Stop playing me. Yeah, pretty much Hope, Love, and Sunshine. I know. Eli and Ben's world has been having the same dilemma with the pizza. So who are you clapping back at, the vent? I'm trying to understand. What happened over there, the vent? What happened? I did say don't clap back, but then what happened? So who was it? We need details, girl. What happened? I know. I love cheese way too much. It is not my friend. The cheese is legitimately like, it's like the anti-K. Ugh. Ugh. It's so good. But I swear, I don't think my ass or my stomach are going to benefit from pizza. I have the same problem. Eli and Ben's world, the same problem. Thank you for taking the words out of my mouth. It's like the cheese goes in one way, but it like ends up like cellulite. And I'm like, what happened here? Who let you turn into cellulite? So yeah, I'm already like actively trying to like cut back so that I can prepare for a very sad goodbye. I let cheese back into my life after many years without it. Many, many, many years. And oh my gosh, I I let it back in. Like I took a trip to Paris in 2015 or 2014, and that was like the end of it. Like the Parisian cheese I can eat, it's this American crap that has me on. It's like American soil born stuff. It's like, ugh, don't nobody need none of this. I know my cheese tastes are very expensive. I can do imported cheese, Italian or French. Oh my God, my damn coworker. So she's filled with toxic positivity and fakeness, and I can't stand her. Oh no, not the toxic positivity. She like stole my work project and tries to undercut me in sneaky way when given the opportunity. Ooh, you work on the survivor set, the vent. She has this thing about talking to me like I'm the intern when I created the damn project. Ooh, girl, yes. People like that don't. Oh, I understand why you clap back. I really do. I fully understand it. I fully understand it. Yeah, you're meant to lead. She's just intimidated, and that's why she behaves that way. Oh, the vent. What did you say to her? What did you do? Let me live vicariously about how you got her together. I know you got her together. I know you got her together. Elvin says, I read an article recently that researchers think cellulite is a skin condition, not a fat problem. So they may come up with a cure. My job is ghetto, girl. She's so insecure. Oh my God. I just bought some fancy cheese for Christmas. Yeah. Elvin, I'll believe that when my cutting back on cellulite on cheese and wine actually stops making my cellulite diminish. When I cut back on cheese and wine, the skin can look pretty smooth. I do all right, but okay, let me see Scorpio South Node. Maybe just what are the issues we need to work through? I think I'm trying to understand if we're forcing something. Yeah, I cannot wait to read how you got her together. If this is duty or if we're just going through a rough patch and mirror work is being asked of us. Okay. No problem, Scorpio South Node. I'm going to be able to answer that question for you best in a relationship reading, because then I can look at your marriage date, what's going on in your person's chart, and your chart. But without that, I can only, because this is a one question, one chart reading, I can only look at one. So I'm going to pull up your chart and just see what it is for you. Okay. Let me read this and then the vent. I need to hear what happened here. Okay. 11/29/84. Got it. Sag. Let's do this. Orange, California. (1984 to 18 p.m.) All right. Did anyone else get on the list? Nope. Okay. If anyone else wants to get on the list, last call. Because after I read for Elaine, I'm going to read for the mods and then I'm going to wrap up. If nobody else has a question. Okay. Let me set the timer. All right. Let's do this Scorpio South Node. Here's what I see for you. Skis. Okay, so ruler of the relationship house is Venus. Venus is challenged at this time. She was challenged by Saturn, now by Pluto. They're both coming to completion. You are hitting a Saturn moon transit. Not yet. Okay, we'll deal with that in a private reading if you decide to come to one. what the issue is here. Where is the husband? Jupiter here. Yeah. Okay. Um, we're reading together in mid-January. Perfect. Scorpio South Node, as long as in that reading, what we're looking at is your husband's chart and the date of your marriage, we can go in depth on that question. But if you have other questions, if you want me to specifically look at that for your marriage, but you booked and put in your twin stuff, then we'd need to do it in a separate reading. I can do one relationship in a relationship reading for you, just so you're clear. All right, so rough patch for sure. I definitely see it here. I see that you you're going to get a choice on this, Scorpio South Node. I'm not seeing that this is like kind of classically. How long have you guys been married? Like, what year did you two get married, Scorpio South Node? What year was it? Let me go back. Nah, it wouldn't have even been then. Okay. This is reading a lot more like a rough patch to me than anything else, but you're going to get a choice on whether or not this is something you want to do in a realer way. I do see here in your chart 2011. Let me see. Yeah, see, and now Saturn is doing the classic bring a marriage in thing. So remember we talked about earlier, for those of you who are students of astrology, that Saturn hitting that descendant line, if it's an aligned relationship, Saturn will create a marriage, and it did. And then for her other person, it created a relationship too, but it's the kind of relationship where it's got a lot of lessons. Okay. You get a choice. This is not I see a lot of transits with people that are kind of classically a divorce transit. You don't necessarily have that here. You have a do you want to stay or do you want to go transit. This transit is saying you can go either way with this, but it's going to be up to you. The question for you is, and the lesson in this for you is twofold. One, you're being asked to mature your love. The way you have loved this person up until 2019, you're going to love them in a very different way from 2019 forward. Two, you're also being shown that you're going to need to think through some of the goals for your life, where your life is headed, because some of the things that you wanted, like you've come to the end of the road in the chapter of those things being able to be fulfilled, Scorpio South Node. And because of that, who you are is shifting, who you're becoming is going to shift too. And that means that you are not the woman your husband married anymore. And because you're not the woman that your person married anymore, you two are going to have to figure out, is this marriage going to grow and expand to allow us to be who we're becoming? Do we love each other enough to be signed up for the journey no matter who we become? Or were we just the right partner for that segment of life? That's the question that this moment in time is asking you in your marriage. I can't tell you what the answer is. There isn't one right answer. But what I can see is that because of the way this energy is shaking up, you're going to need to figure out who you are first. And then after you figure out who you are, then you'll be able to know for sure what's happening with the marriage. But I see there's enough of a shakeup in who you are and how you are. You're just so not the person that your person married anymore. You need to get to know who that person is. And upon getting to know who you are now, then you can bring that whole self to the marriage, and you can let your person decide, is this who you want? Because this is who I am. I can't go back to being who I used to be. That's not possible for me at this moment in time anymore. So that's what we got. You said, wow, all the tears. I take it maybe that struck a nerve that resonated for you, Scorpio South Node. Jean, I got your payment. Jean, it's your turn. Please paste your cue. I also saw payment come in from Celine. Okay. Okay. You're welcome, Scorpio South Node. But yeah, this is going to be an unfoldment, and the answer will become clear once you're clearer about who you are. Okay. Okay. Jellimer. Jellimer, are you Jean? Hello, Kay. I'm thinking about getting another person. What if you need another person's exact birth location? Yes. Yes, Vivian. You know his birth country. If it's a small country, Vivian, like a very small country with one time zone, then no problem. But if it's a large country like Russia with a lot of time zones, that's a problem. It's like I won't be able to give you an accurate reading in that way. I need a time zone, a country with one time zone. Perfect, Jellimer. Okay, let's take a look. 111768 Council Bluffs, Iowa. Let's see, baby girl. Let's see what I don't know if I can say there's relationship energy, but I can see, like what kind of relationship lessons and stuff are kind of coming up and being learned. What's on the table for him next year? Okay. 11, 17, 1968. Sunrise. And share the screen. Yeah, that's awesome. Hope, love, and sunshine. I'm so glad. Yeah, if they'll work on you and work on your energy, for sure. I'm so glad that you like this spiritual union meditation. Yeah, because it totally starts the process of allowing the connection to you and the divine, you and your oversoul, between you and your counterpart, to start to really unfold. It removes a lot of its own blocks, a lot of the blocks. Okay. Jellimer, let's see what's up. No. Lessons for your person. Interestingly enough, your person's learning some real big lessons about communication. Ironically, these are the lessons that are meant to help your person with relationship. Yeah. And there's something about self-worth and self-esteem and really learning. I don't know if your person has like shame about where he comes from and who he's been. Um, or like his roots. That looks like that's about to go through a major healing for your person. Like, I don't know if he has like shame about his family or he's embarrassed by them or anything like that, but he's about to get a massive healing in the world of love that's going to make him better able to integrate love and receive love simply by starting to appreciate where he came from and his roots and the kind of family that he incarnated into, even if it wasn't perfect, right? Even if it wasn't like exactly I mean, who really got the parents their ego needed? We all got the parents our soul needed, right? We got to clean up the ego damage on our own later. But he's about to move through a period of time of really having the ego appreciation for the family he came from. Yeah. Yeah, lessons in love in the world of communication are about to happen for him, and a deepened understanding of his own needs when it comes to relationship. Like, what does he need out of relationship? What are his ideals? These are some of the big lessons that are happening for him in the relationship arena next year. I'm also seeing relationship wise, Saturn's going to contact his son. So, appreciation for the roots. This is Jupiter through the fourth house, sextiling Venus in the second. Venus is the ruler of the seventh, committed partnership. Then we have this energy here of Saturn in contact with Moon and Sun, transforming needs in the relationship arena and selfhood in the relationship arena to be needs that are more aligned with who he actually is from a place of deeper integrity. So, this is going to be good. It's an expansive year for your person in terms of healing and becoming a more aligned lover, like on planet Earth, not lover like, let me make love to you, but like a being of love, expansive year and becoming a bigger being of love. We also have this Uranian energy opposite his Mercury, and this is also going to help enhance his intuitive senses and um, his understanding of his subconscious mind and blow some of the subconscious cobwebs and limiting beliefs, assuming he's open to all of this growth. But yeah, that's exciting, Jean. I like seeing that. This is a good growth year. Good growth year for them. Really good stuff. Awesome. Okay. Huge thank you for that class in meditation. It has happened countless times. I wish you would do the meditation separately outside of class. Yeah, it's on my list. It's on my list, Hope, Love, and Sunshine. I'm going to do it for you guys. I was planning to do it over the holiday, but then I got sick. So I got to wait till my voice is a little bit back to normal. Thank you, Jean, for letting me read for you. I hope that was helpful in helping you kind of understand, that he's got a lot of internal work to do. Talene, my love, it is your turn. Yeah. So if he's not talking to you a whole lot, it's not personal. Like, he's just got he's in his own classroom. We'll do Talene. Oh, the vent. I'm sorry. She had the ability to do what she's asking me to do, and it's not productive to keep asking me for 2 days instead of doing it herself. And this is not a peer-to-peer supervision. That's funny, Vivian. You really did get her together. Hmm. Okay, let's do Talene. And then I'll read for the mods. The list is open. So if there's anyone who has a question that has not asked but would like to get a reading, Talene is the last person here. And I'm reading for her now. So if you'd like me to read for you, you can certainly ask. 5/7 1985 10:51 a.m. Okay. What can you tell me about my North Node? What is my purpose in this life or qualities I need to develop in order to grow? Okay. So, Talene, I have a question for you because I don't read like other readers. I hope it's not too much of a disappointment. I read the North Node a bit differently than other readers do. I read the North Node as purpose. No, sorry. Most readers read the North Node as purpose, and kind of like, what are you here to give other people? They look to the North Node for that. But I've not actually found that the North Node functions like that. I found that the North Node functions a lot more like a key to helping you understand how to get your life to flow when your life is feeling like it's not flowing, and getting your life to unlock when it feels stuck. Because it's the lesson we incarnated to learn, and the Earth classroom is designed to reward us when we're actively using that lesson, and to make things complicated when we're relying too much on the South Node. I can talk to you about that lifelong lesson so that you know what it is and you can utilize it when things start to get really stuck. Or I can talk to you about your purpose and what you're here to do. Sometimes for people, the two things are linked, but for most people, I have found that they are not linked at all. So you let me know what is most important to you. Getting that purpose piece and really understanding kind of why you're here and what you give to other people, no matter what your job is, or understanding the North Node piece and that lifelong lesson piece so you can have like a back pocket trick to smooth out your life when things really get difficult. No, you have to let me know, Talene. You have to let me know. Do you want lesson or do you want purpose? You tell me. It's your question. You paid for it. Purpose. Okay, cool. Just give me a minute to do some analysis here. Let me set the timer. Okay, Aries 10th, Mars in the 11th. Mars conjunct Chiron, exact. Leo 1st, Sun in the 10th. Leo 2nd, okay. Scorpio 5th, Pluto in the 4th, Mars again in the 11th. Capricorn 6, Saturn in the 5th, which then takes us back to Pluto and Mars. Okay. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Geez, I'm like really moved. Dang, Celine, I don't know what you went through in your childhood or what the issue was in your family when you were growing up. But what I'm being shown here is that your purpose here on earth and what you're here to give and to show other people and to teach other people is that no matter what happened to you, no matter what you've been through, no matter how bad it was or how painful it was, you can overcome that. You can be who you say you want to be. Your life isn't dictated by the pain of your past. That your life isn't bound by the scars that you carry from that past. Even the scars may be there, but the scars don't define you. They are not what makes you ineligible for certain futures. Your future is predicated on and dictated by what you say you're going to be, and that is it. That is all. There's no more to it than that. No matter what happened in the past or what scars it gave you, there is this energy in your chart that is talking about showing people how to overcome. And that even if you have to walk forward, at times, with a crutch, or sometimes you have to kind of revisit that old wound, you have the ability to overcome no matter what. Now, the other thing I'm seeing here in a very, very practical way, Talene, like in terms of expression of this energy, if you're looking for a job path, this energy it's very entrepreneurial. It's very sports medicine oriented in a lot of ways. I don't know if you've thought about doing sports medicine or anything like it. But there is a really definitive application in that arena for you if you are drawn to it, if it speaks to you to move in that way. There's also an energy here in terms of practical application as well that has a lot to do with wow. Yeah, it's a very specific kind of work. Like I rarely see this kind of thing, and I especially rarely see it with women. But it's the kind of work where it's like your presence has the ability to be extremely healing for men in your life. I don't know if you've noticed that up until this point in your life where the men in your world are just kind of drawn to you and they don't know why and you don't know why. But there is an innate healing ability and empowering ability that you provide for the men in your world that enables them, especially now in a moment in time where, men are really conflicted about what does it mean to be a man on planet Earth. There's something in you that you provide that helps provide guidance without being bossy or pushy. It's like it's inspiration. It's healing and inspiration that allows them to push forward into kind of like defining what this new masculinity that planet Earth needs at this time. It's a very specific kind of energy to lean. And you're going to be doing this no matter what you choose to do for a job, right? So, you could work in an organization and you find somehow, some way you're just supervising a bunch of dudes. Or it's like, you end up, maybe you were born into a family where you have, no, it looks like you have sisters. I was going to say maybe you have a lot of brothers. It looks like you actually might, if you have siblings, they might be sisters more than brothers. But if you have brothers and they're more feminine brothers, I could see that. But even then, it's like you provide guidance for them that it's okay to be a man with a feminine side or a softer side, or it's okay to, be a man not in those old ways of what we thought masculinity had to look like. We can be men in ways that allows us to, um, you know, uh, embrace femininity and lift femininity up, and that there's no weakness in our manhood for doing that. That actually makes us stronger men for appreciating women as our equals and appreciating what women bring to the table and allowing women to flourish. Um, yeah. Okay. So yeah, there's something in the way that you work that just it brings a healing and an upliftment to masculine energy. And it does this, you don't even know you're doing it, I can see, but as a result and as a function of this, like you're going to be placed in positions your whole life long where you are meant to inspire men, lift them up, show them that there's nothing wrong with, the things that they have been through that may have scarred them, that they have been through that may have made them feel like less of a man. The things that they have survived and overcome, it actually makes them more of a man. It makes them more masculine as a result of it. So, and that they're more human for being willing and able to have those vulnerabilities, those experiences, and carry forward. They're greater leaders as a result of it. So yeah, there's this real kind of way that you're kind of from, I think you're a woman, TB, but this is what I don't know for sure what your gender identity is or how you identify, but there's this way in which you're meant to be leading and inspiring men to move into this new chapter in the world of masculinity that embraces a lot of humanity and the difficulties of being a human man on earth at this time. A very specific energy. I've never seen anything like that. Inspiring. Very cool. Okay, so yeah, you manage a team of men, a lot of men, and you have sisters. Yeah, it's nice to lean. It's really nice. So yeah, it doesn't matter what organization you're in life, you're going to be placed where you're needed most to lean. You're not going to have to worry. Um, just know that if you find yourself surrounded by a lot of men, just know that you're in the right place. They're there for the transmission, the healing transmission, that just you being you in your own way. You don't have to try at this. You were just built this way. You were born this way. And you being you in that way is going to be a real gift to the people around you. All right. All right. Amazing, TB. You're welcome. Yeah, you're welcome. You are very welcome. All right. Let me just check to see if anyone else jumped on the list. Nope. TB was last. Okay. Let's go ahead and read for the mods, shall we? Because I don't think anybody else is going to jump on the list at this point. Let me just see what's going on in my apps. Just double check. If you're here and you want to jump on the list or you want to ask about that question, now's the time to say, wait, Kay, I'm about to make a payment. But if not, we're going to wrap up. Such a great question. I'm so glad you asked, Celine. Such a great question. All right. So, Elvin, Kylie, and the vent, get your question together. And if you don't have a question for you, it's totally okay. You can ask me something to channel for the collective, or you can ask me something general for the collective and the energies. That's fine too. Right, the vent? For real. I think men are about to really see a significant, yeah, Kylie, go for it. Put your question in, girl. Men are about to see their own kind of revolution. The vent got me. I'm gonna do the vent and then we'll do you, Kylie. 1876, time I know is what on St. Mark, Haiti. Focus lessons for 2022. He's a workaholic. He's still hurt from his divorce. Gosh, and he lost his mom. I'm sorry, the vent. He has a lot going on. Okay. Haiti. I stay ready so I don't get ready. San Mark. Okay. And Virgo, 1976. Okay. So real quick. No problem. Oh, sorry. His mom made it. I don't know why. I just remember she had like stage 4 cancer or some stuff. I remember his mom came through the cancer. I remember. His mom came through the cancer. And that is a blessing. A blessing. We are so grateful that his mom made it, that she is on the other side of that challenge. Okay. He is working on I love this. Okay, I see why. Okay, he's going through an especially deep workaholic phase right now. Pluto is trining his sun and just imbuing him with the best of Plutonian energy. From a trine, Pluto wants to deliver power, massive power. Pluto wants to provide an energy of like super get it done, a lot of authority, a lot of like fuel. It's like fuel to kind of make things happen and fuel to like move forward, like in a forward trajectory in a huge, huge way. So I love this. I'm not surprised that he's doing a workaholic kind of thing this year, last year, with Pluto in the position that it's in, speaking to its son the way it's speaking to his son. Like he's experiencing a once in a lifetime kind of turbocharge enhancement that he's not going to get at any other point in his life. Like I said, this planet takes 248 years to get around the wheel, and to get it talking to any one of your planets in any particular way in your lifetime is special. So it's a get this money transit. It's a get this money, get this success transit for him. It's beautiful. It actually, to be honest with you, I want to prepare you mentally. This goes on through about 2025, 2026, 2027 for him. And I'm telling you this because I want you to understand that if he's really grinding between now and then, the best way to be like loving and supportive is to understand that this isn't, a malfunction of communication. This is not him withholding himself from you or pushing you away or putting you at a distance. This is something like in his soul that is like telling him you have a specific window of success to get this handled in. And after this, you're going to be able to coast. You're going to be able to breathe. But there's an achievement window here that if he's able to really take advantage of this energy between now and then, and the reason why it lasts so long is because Pluto's going to then speak to Mercury, and Mercury governs the 10th sign from his sun. And at the 10th sign from his sun, Pluto is going to then and like really bring everything he is working for into success, into the spotlight, into the arena for him to receive the accolades for everything he's laying down behind closed doors in secret now. Okay, laying down the foundation for now. So if that's what he wants, yeah, he's going to get it. He's going to get it before the decade is up. And so, when he's free to hang out, be free to hang out. Like, I'm not saying put your life on hold, but if he's like, not free for several months at a time and then he frees up and you happen to have nothing to do, don't be out here on some, well, you didn't call me all this time, taking it personal shit, right? If he's grinding, right? Because I'm telling you now, like he's going to be so focused in this way for several years, but on the opposite side of this, he's going to be able to see like, okay, now I'm at the top of the mountain. Now I can breathe. Now I'm able to look at other areas of my life. But at this moment in time, his 100% of his focus is doubled down on who do I need to become in order to achieve the picture in my soul about what I'm here to do on this earth. How do I need to transform? How do I need to change? Who do I need to become? How do I need to grow in order for me to achieve the picture I've been given? And transformation really is going to be the name of the game, the event. He is truly going to be in a place where you're going to see in these next several years, the man that he was just even 2 years ago is going to be very different than the man he is in 2022 and even further difference in 2023. And so just prepare yourself for that he's evolving. It's going to feel slow, but when you actually look back at it, you're going to see that it happened really fast, that he became such a very different man in these really key ways as a result of letting ambition be his teacher. A lot of people, they think ambition is like a dirty word, but ambition is that place in our heart, like it's that place inside of us where our soul meets our dreams and tells us how far we're able to go in this lifetime. That's what ambition is. And so he's actively trying to figure out what configuration of me do I need to become in order to achieve that in the outside, not just in my mind. And so this transformation is going to be huge for him and really allow him to, take his rightful seat at life's table in the third dimension in this lifetime. I do not see interference from Saturn, thankfully. I see Saturn really just, he's done with a lot of his more difficult Saturnian lessons. I don't see problems from Neptune. Thankfully, he's done with a lot of his difficult Neptunian lessons. I see some Chiron wreaking a little havoc in his relationship space not next year, but more closer to 2023, 2024. But that's more so because I see him getting impatient with how long it's taking him to be in a space where he feels ready to be in relationship. But other than that, don't forget the little people, Vivian. I told you was on a similar success track last time I did a live mini reading for you. You had a success track happening in your world right now. So he's in a similar space. And so trust that the distance and the space isn't for nothing. It's because there's a level of achievement the two of you are meant to come back round in the same place, in the same time and planet Earth and meet in. And that once you get there, things are going to fall into place in the third dimension a lot easier. But right now, it's really about focusing in on your own individual success journeys. Okay. Awesome. So this sounds right to you? Good. I'm so glad you can see this. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Amazing. You're welcome, the vent. Kylie, sweetheart, Do you have a question for me? Let me just refresh this page real quick. You're welcome. You are so welcome to vent. I can't wait to talk to you, the vent. Yeah, you and him are on very similar, parallel, mirroring success tracks. Okay, when is a good time to begin my mediumship practice? Let's have it, Kylie. Great question. What is it? Wait, what is 215A? Kylie, where were you born again? Was it Florida? I think you were born in Florida, but where? 3/26, 1996. Oh my God, Save K. It's so funny. Oh, 2:15 a.m., not 215A. Yeah, clearly I might be done. Don't die, girl. Yes. Okay, but where, Kylie? I think you're born in Florida. Oh, whoops, you are not born in Florida. I just making you a Florida person now. But Waukegan, okay. Share screen here. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. No FaceTime. Share screen. Okay, Save K. Hashtag Save K. You guys are too cute. Thank you. All right, Kylie. When is a good time to start your mediumship practice? Ooh, Kylie. Kylie. What are you doing? Like, why has this not started yet? I'm going to need you to like open up shop like now, like now time. Yes, girl, now. Yeah, Kat, you can get on the list. I'm reading for my mods right now. I've got Kylie and one more mod to go, Elvin, and then I'll read for you. But if you go ahead and make your payment, Kat, then I'll read for you. Okay, sweet pea. Kylie, look at the expander, 28 degrees here, right here. Jupiter, that's the ruler where all your psychic gifts come in this 12th house, Sagittarius. And then Jupiter's going to land right here in Pisces, the money-making house, aspecting your Scorpio 10th house where mediumship abilities also live. Girl, get this money. You got the first 6 months of next year. It just looks like it takes off on its own, kind of like gangbusters. I'm going to need you to make that Instagram, make this YouTube, tell all your friends that you out here flipping cards and answering questions. And the library is open. Kylie Inc. We're gonna call it Kylie. Kylie said it. Kylie read it. This is it. Make this happen, Kylie. Please use the first 6 months of this coming year because you have a very fortuitous transit to make money, specifically in your case as a reader. Doing mediumship work if you want to do that, and getting your name out there, getting your name on the map, Kylie. So please, like use this time over the holidays to just like do whatever you have to do, like to get over the nerves and just make the channel, make the Instagram and just start posting. Just start posting. Get in the habit of just posting and getting yourself out there. Okay. Because the time, like you asked me when, I'm telling you the time is now, 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 now. You have the first 6 months of this year, this coming year, and it looks like you just have so much wind behind your back to make this happen. It also looks like you just gifted at this naturally anyway, so please just do it. I think you're going to help a lot of people, Kylie. Okay. Yeah, now. You're welcome. You're very welcome. When you have it all set up, let me know. Come back and come, like when you find me on this, like let me know and we'll send people your way. Okay. Okay. Elvin, baby cakes. Let's have your question. Let me see what Elvin's going to come up with today. Elvin always has these deep questions. Can't wait to see what Elvin's asking about today. She hits me with these growth oriented questions. We'll do Elvin and then we'll do Kathleen. Awesome. Okay. Ooh, Elvin, great question. I love this question. Okay. You were born in Adapazari, Turkey, Adapazari. Okay. April 20th, 1994. I got you. I knew when I saw it the way that you, because there's no 20th month. So I figured it had to be April 20th, 6:14 p.m. But thank you for being mindful of that. I really appreciate it. Okay. Oh, wait, we don't even need a transit chart for this. Spiritual gifts. Oh, Elvin. Oh. Hmm. Wow. Okay. You, Elvin, have an innate spiritual discipline and rigor about you, which I did speak to earlier, but now I see why it is here in your chart. You certainly have empathic abilities for sure, which I think you knew that you have a lot of empath stuff going on for you. And simultaneously, Elvin, there is also, how can I put spiritual discipline and rigor? This is like the kind, what this is telling me is you are, happy holidays, Kylie, baby. Go ahead. Go back to work, sweetie. Thank you for being here, sweetheart. This is telling me you're the kind of person who yeah, now I get why you're so clairaudient because I have a similar spiritual discipline. It doesn't come the same way for me, but like they're explaining to me as I'm looking at this, what this means is it's very similar to UK, where you have the ability to you hear the truth, whether you want to hear it or not. You are unfazed by your ego and your feelings about the truth. You have your feelings, don't get me wrong. You know how you feel about things, but you would rather the whole truth than a half truth and a half lie or a half withhold. You would rather to look something very ugly but very real in the face than to have it made nice and palatable, or little sprinkles and sugar on top so that it, the medicine goes down with a spoonful of sugar. It's not that you like people to, be rude to you or discompassionate, but it's that you prefer, like, to understand the true spiritual nature of what life is and what life isn't. And you seek it out with a rigor and a discipline that is, it's not normal. Like, most humans don't have this. Yes, the vent. Yes. We're talking about your coworker, Elvin, here, where there's this kind of like, it's like the truth could like whip by and with this like putrid smell, but you're like, oh shit, that was truth. Excuse me, I need to go follow that. In any setting, work, family, friendships, love and relationship, your own self. And it's like you're not even like covering your eyes and then like spreading your fingers so you can see through the thin veil. Like, you are actually actively seeking this out so that you have the opportunity to deal with the truth, like full heart open, full, like, kind of like head on. Like, you reach for the truth and you dive for it face first, right? You don't dip your toes in it. You're like throw me in there. And not just any truth. It's like the spiritual truths of the realm that we live in. It's like you want to understand the nature of our realm, and like the nature of the way spirit works and the way spirit moves in your life, and why and how spirit unfolds the way it does, so that you can more stay aligned to it. Like, there is no separation between you and the spiritual reality of life. So I say that to say, with this kind of energy, like, you may not have thought about being like a spiritual counselor for other people, but yeah, Elvin, that's it. That's exactly it. There's no chaser, there's no filter, there's nothing between you and the spiritual truth of a thing. You are the truth of a thing. And so as a function of that, like, you have a lot of spiritual counseling abilities within you for other people, where you have this innate ability, yes, empathic ability, but you have this ability within you to incisively see the heart of a thing, like a natural, almost bullshit detector, for you, within you, where people can kind of dance around the truth within themselves, but even you can see, like, when they are not in touch with the spiritual reality of a thing for themselves and the spiritual truth of a thing for themselves, where they have a separation between themselves and reality, themselves and truth. And so because of that, listen, the older you get, two things will happen. The more the less time you're going to want to spend around humans. And the more entertaining you're going to find them at the same time. Like you're just going to start laughing outright at people in their face when they present their problems to you, because you're going to be able to see how they created the problem in the first place. And you're just going to find them amusing. I sometimes have that problem myself. I need to like rein it in, because that's not always nice. Because you just find amusement in, the humanity of life. Like you find amusement in it's like you see the divine comedy of it all. Yeah, there's a no hiding thing about you and desire for transparency. Yeah, totally. Yeah. So there's this, the you've seen me laugh at people, like, and it's not even like I'm laughing at them. I'm just laughing at like the ridiculosity of like how we get ourselves as divine beings into some of the circumstances that we find ourselves in. Like it's ridiculous. Some of the stuff we put ourselves through. Like, come on, like, why are we doing this? Why am I in this situation? I know why. I was out here pretending what's true wasn't true. Right? So there's spiritual counselorship ability in this for you, Elvin, where you have this ability to really be with people in some of the most difficult places in life and walk them out of it, get them disentangled by having them drop the stories that are miring them in falsehoods and lies. Because when we anchor in truth, life is actually very easy. It's very easy. It's not hard. So, all of that to say, from a spiritual gift perspective, I think it's still unfolding. I think this year, with Jupiter hitting Pisces and then activating Cancer and Scorpio for you, you're going to see in the first 6 months of the year, some of your spiritual gifts really amplify, and you're going to really start to notice, even in some of the groups you hang out in online, that you're like 10, 15, 20 steps ahead of the people in your circle and the people that you run with. It's going to start to become really obvious and very clear to you. And as a function of that, as a function of this, you're going to need to find a space for this part of yourself. And actually, maybe you won't, because it's not manifesting as a abundance of Pisces energy, which is what I have going on. I find that because of my configuration, I needed to create a separate space for counseling people. Because the way that I do it, like I was just doing it kind of automatic, very automatic. And I was that person for all of my friends, and it became exhausting, like the vent was saying. And I just got so sick of it. I just kind of, sorry if you guys are listening, I opted out of like all of my friendships in like 2020. I just was like, yep, not talking to you. I have no interest in talking to you, because I'm not getting the level back that my deep intuitive senses are giving to me. You're not built that way. You don't have it in you. And listening to you coach me is like we're just not on the same page. So I started to really self-coach and listen to myself and solve a lot of my own problems. Which, Elvin, I think you're already at that place where you're doing a lot of that. Your dream state does a lot of that for you. But in your chart, this is really talking a lot about where people won't, because you don't have the abundance of Pisces energy, you've got more of this scorpionic energy here. People aren't going to come dump on you as much. You're going to have to wait for invitation a lot more, because you're going to see the answer to people's problems. And you're going to want to help them instinctively. Exactly. You stay away from teaching too much. It'll exhaust you if they didn't invite you into it. Or in my case, if I didn't create a pay gate around that part of myself, like, nope, that part of me is not available to you unless you have paid for it. Sorry. If you've not paid for it, then we're just going to shoot the shit. We're going to talk about football. We are going to talk about food. We're going to talk about fucking. We're going to talk about whatever else we want to do. But unless you have actively paid for me to do that with you, like, I just can't bring that part of me to the table because there's not enough of you coming back to me in the same way. For you, waiting for the invitation for when someone is ready for that level of truth is going to guarantee that they actually receive it, and you are not expending your abundance of beautiful spiritual energy and wasting it like pearls before swine on people who just are not ready to receive it. Many people have self-created a lot of their problems as a function of avoiding lessons that they think, self-limiting belief, are too hard to learn. And so you already know this. I know that you see it. Just let people deal with the mess that they made. Some people would rather cook in the bathroom because they don't want to deal with the dishes in their sink, right? Stop trying to help people who are doing that. Wait for people who sincerely ask you for help. And then you're going to find that your spiritual gifts go to better use. Okay. All right. So that's a spiritual gifting for you, Elvin. And that's how to use it this next year in particular. You're going to find that it's amplified in some really significant ways. And you may find that because it's so amplified, it serves you to open up like a spiritual coaching, spiritual counseling practice so that you have a place for it to be expressed. And it's not, coming out all sideways in all these relationships where people didn't ask for it. It's a good way to protect your relationships. So that there's reciprocity in your relationships that's appropriate for the level of consciousness that the people you're dealing with are at. Okay. Because that part of you isn't going to go away. It's just going to get louder, but you are going to need a place to express it. So consider the spiritual counseling piece. All right, Kathleen, are you here, beloved? Let me see. I see Kathleen asked for a reading. All right. You love that advice. And this is why I don't be going to bed. Do you have to work tonight, Vivian? I hope you don't have to work. Get out my Zoom or get out my YouTube if you have to go to work. Do not let me keep you from sleep, girl. Okay, Kat, let me do something real quick. Let me get out of that. Let me do this. Tell my friend I'm doing this, and then I'll talk to him after this. Hey, I'm doing live mini readings over here. About to wrap up. Okay. All right, Kathleen. You're learning life lessons and you have to work. The vent, you can always listen to this later. Like, you don't have to be here live. I know you're in Sweden, Elvin. Good night, sweetheart. Thank you so much for being here. It's got to be late there. Thank you for being here. And the vent, go to bed. Get off my Zoom. All right, Kat, let's do this. Ascension path in 2022. Okay. I love that question. You're from Pennsylvania. Happy upcoming birthday. 1/16/1965, 7:50 a.m. Okay. Good night, Elvin. Thanks for being here from Sweden. All right. All right, Kat. Love you too, sweetheart. Thanks for being here. It's great to see you. It's always great to see you. Can't wait for our private session. Okay. Kat, what I have for you, Ascension Path 2020. This has a lot to do with, okay, you have spiritual teachership stuff you're supposed to be doing, Kat. Definitely have mediumship ability. Mediumship, or is it channeling? What is it? Oh, okay. Okay. This is talking about oh, right, because you went through that closing cycle. Okay. So this is there a career transition here? There may be. There may just be that. Where's Pluto and Mars? Yeah, they sit together. Okay. This is talking about the beginning of a career transition for you, where you are starting to bring more of your spiritual gifts into the third dimension and whatever it is you're doing for work. So you just went through a deep initiation process in the last 5 years. And these 5 years were meant to help you bring some of your spiritual gifts online. I lie, 3 years. And this initiation process was meant to bring those spiritual gifts online. Now that they're online and they're anchored in, they're here. You're meant to be pulling these gifts out of just kind of like what you do, on your own in the evening. You started a new job, perfect timing. What you do on your own in the evening and kind of what you're doing on the weekends. You're meant to be utilizing those spiritual gifts that you cultivated in the last 3.5 years. You're meant to be utilizing those on the job at this time. And so I'm seeing a huge burst in intuition, a huge burst in the world of empathy. I see for you, this comes online as a combination of empathy and clairsentience, where you can feel what their emotions are and you can feel what their bodily sensations are. And as a function of this, you're meant to be utilizing that to help you generate success in the world of your work. I also see, similar to Elvin, whom I just read for, there's a bit of a like bullshit detector in you where people just can't really pull one over on you. And I'm not seeing people try to pull one over on you. I'm seeing that you need to really have your bullshit detector turned all the way up to make faster decisions at work and really have that intuitive sense turned up to make smarter decisions about the people you're around at work. So where it would make logical sense to perhaps do things one way, you're going to move on a faster success track by utilizing your intuitive sense and following that intuition that gut hunch that you're getting, following that through in your execution of your tasks and your dealings with the people at work. I'm seeing that this is going to elevate your status at work pretty quickly, that you're going to move into a period of time where you're getting a lot of recognition and visibility, especially by the second half of the year, where people are kind of like, oh, we can rely on Kat for this. We can rely on her for that. Kat's this, she's that. She's bringing so much to the table. You're almost going to be doing the job of a half person in addition to yourself, but it's because your intuitive senses are kicking on all cylinders that it's going to help you move more effectively and efficiently than a non-intuitive person would be doing. I'm also hearing if there is something that you need to detox from, that you know you need to detox from because you're worried about it impacting your intuitive senses, you're meant to be taking the time between now and the new year to do some detoxification work on that thing so that it's not impacting your perceptive abilities, because you don't want anything dampening those as you move into the second half of the year. Or as you move into the first part of the year, because that first part of the year is where people start to recognize you. And it's the second half of the year where they start to elevate you and really rely on you. And that's the ascension path for you in 2020. It's bringing those spiritual gifts, 2022, online. Let me pull you a Lightworker Oracle deck card. This deck hasn't been used yet today. Most people have had relationship questions, but for an ascension related question, the Lightworker Oracle deck is the right way to go. Okay. And two came out. They came out at the same time. So I'm going to try and normally I only do one because it's a lot of information to pull out. First one is alchemical mutation. Your spiritual growth is changing your mind, your body, and your soul, Kat, and it is very real. It's helping you fulfill all aspects of your divine destiny. It's awakening spiritual talents and attracting new energies. This process will bring tremendous joy and satisfaction. The body changes as light enters. And so we just talked about, you went through this initiation process in the last 3.5 years. That was the light entering. Alchemy is catalyzed and transformation happens. Sometimes the appearance of the body changes. And I do see that here. It looks like you might have lost some weight, either unexpectedly or plannedly. There will be change in how the body feels, responds, acts, and creates. You might have lost some and then actually gained some, now that I think about what your chart looks like. Radiance increases, lightness of being increases, and if you have clairvoyant vision, you will see the increase in light as though the person is actually lit up from within. They actually are. Spiritual abilities become grounded in the body. So remember what I was saying about how there's this empath and clairsentience ability that's coming online, and the person can channel healing energy just as naturally as they would set the dinner table. The spirit becomes a living reality in the body, and the material world is experienced as an extension of the divine light. This alchemy is an empowering gift of love. Symptoms of this process can be challenging. They may include headaches, flu-like symptoms, inexplicable overwhelming fatigue, surges of energy vanishing, sensitivity to light or sound, hormonal imbalance, hot flash, excessive sexual energy, mental obsessions, mood swings, aggression, unintentionally harsh reactions to people. You may have already gone through this part of it, these growing pains. And I just want to also just reiterate, if there's anything you feel like you need to see your doctor for, please do. If you've been experiencing any of these things, they could be a result of increased spiritual energy affecting your body. Okay. You're encouraged to source whatever, professional health support you need. Also consider getting regular rest, getting additional sleep in addition to the sleep you already get. These two things are going to help you reintegrate and repair and reorganize the way your body is using the light energy that's flowing in. Physical exercise it will help you release energy, especially if you feel mentally congested or stuck. Take time away from meditation and spiritual studies or discussions. Instead, just rest. If you work with colors, take a break for a short time, only working with very soft, subdued white or colorless light. If you have a tendency to push yourself with spiritual work, take time off and on regular occasions, and that's going to help you recover more quickly from some of the symptoms. And then work with cooling energy, not cold, but just refreshing energy to discharge excess heat can be beneficial. Okay. And that's alchemical mutation. It's about integrating light force energy into your body. And then the second one is the soul child. They came out hand in hand, which lets me know that the soul child is a function of alchemical mutation. So rebirth is upon you, beautiful child of the universe cat. You've prepared for a new life, and it's starting right now. The divine moment of rebirth, which occurs after a period of struggle, of intense inner work and physical transformation. That divine period of moment of rebirth has arrived. Enjoy getting to know this new self. I told you you were in for a rebirth. It is a new day, a new beginning, and a new you. Like an adventurer enjoying the discovery of a brand new world, take your time. Explore the increase of your light, power, and love. In so many ways, you have experienced inner death as you have bravely surrendered that which no longer serves your growth in this lifetime, even if you once loved it dearly or couldn't imagine life without it. Deep inside, through that process, your soul has been gathering energy. It's been drawing it away from the old forms of your life and relationships, your old beliefs about health, money, and work, and from what used to hold meaning to you. It has done so in order to feel a new soul child being carried within your body. And this new you is filled with divine love, light, and power. This newly integrated self is now preparing for birth. You are ready for the next phase or cycle of your life. Be curious about who you are now. Do not expect the same reactions or experiences you encountered in your past. A new you has begun a journey in the physical world. I don't know if you work with kids, but this is saying that you may have a child around you whom you've been thinking about deeply, who's particularly gifted or spiritually oriented. And this child may have an important mission in this lifetime and need your loving support or spiritual encouragement to thrive at this time in their own divine timing. This card may also be a sign that a new business idea, professional or personal relationship, lifestyle choice is going to support the growth of your spirit in a positive and encouraging way. So those were the two messages that came out for you. Normally we only choose one because they're so lengthy, but that's what we got for you, beloved. Good luck on this new path, Kat. Congratulations. I don't think I'm past the symptoms quite yet. Yeah, definitely see a doctor as you need to help manage and mitigate any of it. Natural medicine can really help. Manage the symptoms in a way that doesn't create side effects or offset your body in a different way. But yeah, hope, love, and sunshine. It's your turn, beloved. It is your turn. Okay. You're so welcome, Kat. Both resonate very much. You're so welcome. Yeah, congrats on the new chapter and making it through the last one. I know that could not have been easy based on what I saw. Okay, hope, love, and sunshine. You're welcome, Kat. We'll do hope, love, and sunshine, and then we'll wrap up. The list is now officially closed. I'm going to go ahead and close the list. There we go. It's hope, love, and sunshine. Okay, all good, hope, love, and sunshine. Hmm. Nice to take some deep breaths. All right. Hope, Love, and Sunshine wants to look at finances. Let's see what's what. I resigned my normal job last year and tried to start a Reiki business from January, March, April. Nothing went through. Got it. Okay. Well, you give me the birth details and your question. I'm going to go grab some water real quick. Be right back. Okay. When is a good time for me to start my business again, or should I even bother? Okay, got it. Um, let me have your birth data, hope, love, and sunshine, and I can pull up a chart for you. This may be a function of timing, because the pandemic was not an easy time to really start a new thing if you weren't already established. It was a great time if you had an already established distance Reiki healing practice to expand it. Okay. Beirut, Lebanon. Uh, 6:25 p.m. May 9, 1970. 6:25 p.m. Thank you, Anastasia. It's very kind of you to say that. All right, Hope, let's have it. Let me just see what was what. Yeah, okay, last year would have been tough, but you're out of that phase right now. You can restart in the spring. The spring looks good. I would get ready. I think one of the things that's missing for you, and now that I'm seeing the way your third house is lit up, what's missing for you is some of the education pieces about how to build a practice. So, for all of us who are entrepreneurs in any capacity, whether you read, heal, graphic design, construct things, make things, build furniture, whatever you do, right? Whether you're kind of a home health aide nurse, you work on your own, you make your own hours, people pay you out of pocket, maybe you accept insurance, a psychotherapist, no matter what you do, we all have to learn our craft so that we have something to offer. But then we have to also learn how to run a business, because 60% of the time we are going to be marketing, selling, dealing with administration in the practice, keeping the practice lights on and the doors open. So you guys see me on YouTube and I do the videos and you see me here and I'm doing readings, but readings aren't what got me to where I am. I spent 10 years learning the art and the science of marketing and the way marketing works and why it works and how it works, so that when I arrived to do that at this segment of my life, I had 10 years of marketing skill set and ability that I was working with and tools to apply my astrology skill set with. And the issue for you, I don't see the issue as Reiki or not Reiki. You could do Reiki, you could do something else. I certainly see entrepreneurship abilities here for you if you want to do that. Spiritual healing, absolutely, with fire on the midheaven and fire on the house of earned income and the fire on the house of creativity. The fire is the element of spirit. So working with energy and spirit in this way makes sense, especially with Virgo on the 10th house, the remainder of the 10th house, because that's the healer sign. Reiki is going to be fine for you. Timing wise, it would have been hard last year because you also had Saturn, the disciplinarian and the taskmaster, hanging out in your house of earned income. And unless you were really disciplined about getting your practice off the ground and knew how to get a practice off the ground, it was going to be difficult. So let me get you some resources, and not just you, but anyone who's in this circumstance. Let me direct you to some resources that can teach you the fundamentals of getting a healing practice or a solopreneur service provider practice off the ground. There are guys who do this, but I've moved in women's circles for a long enough time, so I just know the women who do this. I'm going to leave you with 3 resources. I like Jessie and Charla Client Attraction Summit. There are a couple. They've created something called Thrive Academy. They are brilliant at teaching people how to make money as healers, as light workers, as sensitive souls, as people who care more about people than money. Because the reality of the realm that we live in is that we have to be willing to stand in the need to look at the numbers and assess, based on my energy levels, how many people can I see in a month, in a day, in a week, in a month, and how much money do I need to be able to eat, feed, clothe myself, and live and medicate myself if I get sick. We have to know what the numbers are, and then we have to be willing to break that down by client and see how much we have to charge in order to make it work for us. And one of the things that I like about the resources that I'm about to share with you is that all of these people will help take the shame out of this for you, to help take the guilt out of this, help take the agita out of this, where you're like, I hate numbers. I'm not a numbers person. I hate marketing. That's such a sleazy word. No, it's not. I marketed to everyone who was on my channel last night, but it didn't feel like marketing because I shared a message, like a solstice message, when I also said, look, if you need a mini reading, find me here today, right? That you can market from the heart. You can market with soul. And you can do this in a way that allows you to feel, aligned with who you are, as opposed to like a used car salesman. And there's resources for that. Jessie and Charla are just one. They're about to relaunch their client attraction summit. That's Jessie. That's Charla. She's really cute. That's Jessie. These are very old pictures of them. I absolutely love them. They're very sweet people. You can find them over at Thrive-Academy, and their programs over here. I like their programs. For you, I would say client attraction code and Thrive membership would probably be the best place to start. They have a lot of these live in-person events that are high energy, and people just learn a lot about how to like run a business from your soul. I also like for you, who's this lovely person? Sage Levine. She's wonderful. She runs Women Rocking Business. And all of this stuff you can learn online from these people. You can learn with Sage Levine. She has, let me share screen again. Come back, Zoom. Where are you? Let me go back here. Share. New share. Okay. Share the desktop. All right. Let me come back in here. All right. Let me go back so I can show you. Here they are. Thrive-Academy. That's Jesse and Charla. Thrive-Academy. And then what I like for you here, and anyone who's struggling with this, under programs, I like Client Attraction Summit and Thrive membership. It's an investment, but it's the kind, oops, I didn't mean to do that. It's the kind of investment that is going to help you actually learn how to support your business, how to actually be a business owner instead of a hobby haver with your spiritual gifting here. Okay. All right. So that's Thrive Academy. Let me do, let's go back to Sage for you. Sage Levine. So her website is womenrockingbusiness.com. Stop this madness. I don't mean to click on her Google ad. There it is, womenrockingbusiness.com, but it's Sage Levine, Lavine, womenrockingbusiness.com. Her programs are a lot of fun, but they're extremely practical. They are very doable, and they demystify what it means to have a business, to work as a healer, to actually figure out how to make it all work. So if you come over here under programs for Sage, the one that's going to be right for you is Entrepreneurial Leadership Academy. It's a year-long program that's going to help you do a few things, right? Figure out what you offer and what you charge so that you are not out here kind of willy-nilly just trying to make money in any kind of way. And it's like a race to the bottom when people are like, well, I don't know if I can afford it. People will always say that to you, whether you are charging $20 an hour or $200 an hour. People are always going to tell you, I don't know if I can afford it. You have to have the spiritual fortitude to be able to find a way to still get your needs met as you stand in the flow of contribution, without feeling like you have to apologize for the fact that you need to eat in order to be able to still deliver work. Okay. And Sage and Jesse and Charlotte, they'll get you past that. Fill your practice, which is what you need as a Reiki practitioner. You need consistent clients coming through. And the main thing you need is relationships. And this is the secret to how I built what I built and the time that I built it is I built it through relationships. And I was taught, but I had to learn this. How do you build relationships with people in a way that makes them want to support your business and grow your business? So I like Sage a lot for you as well. And then the final person I like is this woman, Marie Forleo. I think she'd be good for you. That's her. And she's got trainings. Some are free, some are not. Let's see what's going on. Time Genius B School. This is the one you want. It's a 6-week online course. It's all pre-recorded. She has Q&A sessions in there as well, but it goes really fast. It's got a super large community. So if you need more kind of one-on-one attention, which I totally need, I suck at online learning. I'm great in groups. And if the teacher is showing up live, I'm great live. But know what kind of student you are. If you just want to learn quick and dirty, get B School, get into it. 6 weeks will get you there. And this woman is Marie Forleo, Forleo, literally how it sounds, for Leo. This is her website, and she'll help you figure it out. So those are 3 resources. The issue was not Reiki. The issue was not your spiritual gifts. The issue was not so much even the timing. The issue for you with Saturn moving through that house is that you needed to know how to make money. And Saturn moving through the 3rd house here is only amplifying that. This is your axis of PR and marketing. You need to find someone who can teach you what it means to be a Reiki business owner, not just a Reiki practitioner. And that this is for anyone who finds themselves in this situation. Like, those are just the women I know who do it. There's guys who do this stuff too, who can teach you this stuff. If you prefer to work with a man, I can find you a male coach. There's plenty of them. I know a lot of them. But yeah, check it out. That's the issue there. Hope. I'm going to pull you a Lightworker Oracle card to go with that message for you. Let's get this for you, my dear. I want you to be able to have success in your business in 2022. It's an interesting message that comes through, but it's probably useful for you, and it's going to make sense for you. Because whatever is stopping you from really leaning into the marketing and sales piece and becoming a full-fledged business owner may have something to do with the need to activate spiritual protection. Okay, so let's get into this. Merkaba, spiritual protection. Being open to receive is a way to gain empowerment, strength, and all manner of assistance. To enhance receptivity, it can be helpful to declutter and cleanse your energy field. This allows for that which is not rightfully yours to be shed. Sometimes this will include the disowned thoughts and feelings of others. Ooh la la. I remember I had to disown my family's ideas about entrepreneurship, working for myself, charging for what I do. I come from a family of people who they didn't understand for so many years. They're like, okay, why don't you just get a job? Get a job. Get a job. They did not get it. And I struggled for a lot of years, but I had to put those thoughts out of my mind and learn the mindset of someone who works for herself and the skills to do so. When you release these thoughts and feelings, a spaciousness will grow within you. Then you can receive more of what is rightfully meant to be for you, your divine good in all ways. An open, sensitive person can easily become energetically overloaded. And that can make it hard to discern what is yours and what belongs to another. Whether you're experiencing overload to your system, whether experiencing overload to your system is an unusual occurrence for you, or you have a tendency to absorb others and process others' energies, which is common for healers, psychics, and mediums, artists, and other sensitive people, you will benefit from a spiritual cleansing. Afterwards, you may feel less inclined to connect with particular people or work on certain ideas, even if they seemed very important before the cleanse. This means you are freeing yourself from others' input and discerning the true priorities of your own heart. Okay. To accept spiritual cleansing now, repeat the invocation below and then relax for as long as you need. And this will be where we all close out today, with the oracle card resting face down over any part of your body that you intuitively feel can use spiritual cleansing. So, hope, love, and sunshine, I'm going to go ahead and ask now that you just place your hands on any part of your body that you feel needs spiritual cleansing and deeper spiritual protection. You can repeat this process daily for 3 days or up to 3 weeks if you feel you need it. You can rest. You can be at rest for several minutes or up to a half hour or more. If you fall asleep during your cleansing, that can allow for even deeper clearing. Pay particular attention to what you sense immediately after your cleansing. It is a time when you may become very aware of just who or what has been draining you, and may be able to lovingly but firmly say, "You must leave my energy field now. And you may not return without my express verbal permission of my own free will, so be it." This card is also confirmation for those of you who have been questioning if a relationship, a person, or a situation has been draining you or transferring negative energies or thoughts into your energy field. Your insights are correct, and you can use this energy clearing process to remove the cords of attachment and release any negative energy from that person or situation. So this is for you, hope, love, and sunshine, but this is also for anyone who recognizes they need deeper spiritual protection at this time. Go ahead and place your hand on any part of your body you'd like to call in this clearing and protection for. I call upon unconditionally loving divine protection. The sacred chamber of light, the Merkaba of divine light is around me now. I choose of my own free will, under divine authority and grace, to release any and all connections, content, and contaminants that do not serve me through unconditional love. I choose of my own free will to take my life journey in the most joyful and loving way possible. I open to divine grace for cleansing and protection of my integrity at all times. I am free to be in the truth of me. May all beings be blessed and protected. May all beings be happy and free. Through my own free will, so be it. Okay. And there you go. Hope, love, and sunshine. That is our completion for today. A little stretch and exhale for K. You do what you need to do on your end. I thank you all so much for hanging out with me on yet another Wednesday. I'll probably be here again next Wednesday. Before I give it a rest for a little bit, I just made a little extra time in my calendar this month to do the mini readings because my December calendar got filled up so fast this year. And I knew that there would be other people who just wanted to ask questions about 2022 and the energy and the Venus retrograde that we're experiencing right now. And just, what was going to be coming forward, what to expect, and how to manage it all. The last time I did live mini readings in any real capacity was like June of this year. And the last time I'm going to probably do one is next Wednesday. So if you didn't get your question in today, but you want to get one in, find me here next Wednesday. I'm going to announce it ahead of time to my private list. You can also subscribe to this channel and hit your notification bell. You'll be able to find me that way. Otherwise, the best way to read with me is to find a time on my calendar. The calendar is typically open up to 4 to 6 weeks in advance, with rolling appointments available on an ongoing basis. So if you don't see anything today, you can always check back next week for something that works for you. In 2022, I have decided to shift the way that I work. And I am reading on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but only for half day, like morning times, because I've got other projects that I want to get started on. And so if you're like Elvin is in another time zone, and that just doesn't work for you, of course, you can book a reading and ask for a recorded reading and send your questions ahead of time. And that will allow you to for us to spend time together in a way that works for my schedule and your schedule without you having to be up at all hours of the night if it just doesn't work for you if you're on the other side of the world. All right. Yeah, it's exciting. Look for more good stuff. I've got some recordings coming out for you guys, meditations, affirmations, channeled messages for 2022 are in the queue. And the Taurus Scorpio eclipse cycle messages are also in the queue as well. So thank you all for being here. A pleasure to read with you. Hope, Love, and Sunshine. That was the Lightworker Oracle deck by Alana Fairchild. Okay. It's my favorite deck. The messages are ascension inspired for those of us who are walking the path of love. Thank you, everyone. Have a fantastic, if you celebrate Christmas, a fantastic Christmas weekend. And I will see you right here next Wednesday for the new year. At least I think I will. I haven't committed to it yet, but if you're on my private list, if I decide to do it next Wednesday, I'm planning to right now, but I haven't fully committed yet. If you're on my private list, you will know. Links to join are below. Take great care, everyone. Have a great evening or day wherever you are. And I will see you again on the main